Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. Tiny terror in the tree line cuts. He'll drop from a power line, show you what's riding his hip. Thumb stud flipper, front flick spine. He lives for that perfect click. Spreading word to the backyard crew. Check this edge, feel that grind. Every acorn, every review, carved with a steel tooth mine. Whoa. He's the EDC Squirrel, stash in the bark. Blade in the daylight, blade in the dark. From the curb to the cul-de-sac rut, sharpen your wits end. Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. Tiny terror in the tree line cuts. Climb high, tree line thrown in the storm. Cold bite, metal heart staying warm. If you mess with a scribe or his heart, you'll hear one battle cry roar. From the brush, protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. He's the EDC Squirrel, stash in the bark. Blade in the daylight, blade in the dark. From the mail call crate to the gutter front rut, sharpen your wits end. Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. Little legend with the pocket cut guts. Boom.
Hey, it's the EDC Squirrel, and how's everybody doing this Saturday? I was about to say Saturday night, Saturday morning. It's a little afternoon. I have no idea where my brain is today. Today is going to be a weird one because I didn't get a whole lot done these last couple of weeks. My toe is still being a pain in the butt, so that's kept me from relaxing and working on edits and stuff like that. And so I didn't have any. I feel so behind. I've got videos done or taken, but I haven't had a chance to edit anything because trying to sit down and edit anything has been a pain in my butt. Things are getting a little better, so I'm really hoping more videos can come out this week. And also there was a small hitch in my plans as well. Hey, Patrick, how you doing? Came for the show, stayed for the music. Glad you enjoyed. So I only really have one knife or one new knife from the last week to show, and it's a pretty unique knife. And then we're going to go over. I wanted to go over my case collection, sift through some of the knives, and essentially I'm just kind of doing a live of what I'd be doing on my own today anyway. I wanted to sift through some of my case knives. I was thinking about possibly picking another one out to burn, and then just answering any questions you guys might have regarding knives, my collection, things like that. Now, I don't claim to be an expert in anything. I'm that type of collector who likes to collect and fall through some rabbit holes and soak up whatever information I can get, and I just continue learning every day, day by day. But I am happy to answer the best of my ability any questions you guys might have regarding my collection or just general questions about knives. So let's get started, and let's see here. What we normally do is I usually just go over anything new that I've gotten within the last week. Now, again, I haven't done much purchasing this last week, so I only have the one knife. This one is from Texan Knives, and this was a custom-made knife that was done in collaboration with Chasing Blades. Chasing Blades did the design, went to Texan Knives and had them basically create it. It's a limited edition. They've done, I think they've done about 500 of these in various colors and patterns. It is a traditional style knife, as we'll see in a second. And what we have here, it took them a while to get the boxes done too, but pretty nice. I like I don't know what material this is, burlap bag, but this was kind of an experimental thing that they were doing. So they don't have another one of this particular type. So I essentially got an experiment, and they did some trappers. This one was done in a blue bone, and you can see that originally he had some blue dye here, but they created a trapper and they decided to burn it because I guess Chasing Blades have been enjoying some of the burnings that I've been doing with some of my knives, and it's a gator jig. So really interesting jigging pattern, if you're familiar with a gator jig bone. And the burn came out really, really cool, to the point of I'm really tempted to try this out on another case knife, another case gator jig. And I don't know. Now it got rid, as you can see, of a lot of the blue dye. Again, this is more of an experimentation, I believe. So a lot of the blue dye disappeared. You have some of the blue dye still at the bottom. You got some nice scroll work for the springs in the back. Some of the blue dye still showing at the top. And this is also done in Damascus steel. Now, Texan Blades claims 416 layers of Damascus. You got Texan Blades, or Texan Knives, got their stamp on there. Now, I've already gone over this knife once, so it might look a little dull because I've waxed the blade, but I think those layers came out really, really well. Now, I thought Chasing Blades had a stamp on here. I thought they did. Yeah, it's on the other side. Okay. So they did have a stamp on the other side of the blade. You can see Chasing Blades, and I believe limited 1 of 500. But the 1 of 500 is pertaining to, I think, the whole collection that they created. This is just, again, I believe this is a one-off, and they don't have any others like this. This is more of this, like I said, was an experiment. But a really cool trapper, full-size trapper from Chasing Blades and Texan Knives. I just thought it was really interesting. It's unfortunately the only new knife I got this week, because I've been other than my foot being a complete pain in the butt these last couple of weeks, I was kind of heavy into some other purchases that were not knife related, and that unfortunately cut into my knife collecting hobby a bit. Hopefully we'll be back on track by next Saturday. But really nice blade, nice and sharp out of the box, and just a really cool Damascus pattern on that. Just super awesome looking. They went with the brass bolsters on these as opposed to the nickel silver. I think it looks fantastic, and I really love the look of that burn. Now, like I said, it did get rid of a lot of that blue dye. In fact, majority of, not all of the blue dye, aside from the top and bottom. But I just think it looks absolutely fantastic. I am also using a new phone. That's part of the reason why my knife funds have been down, is because I picked up, I had to pick up a couple new phones to replace my phone and my girlfriend's phone. So using a Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra, and wow, the camera comes out really nice. Not gonna lie, my 22 Ultra wasn't too shabby, but the 26 is looking pretty darn fantastic. So that's the Texan Knives USA collaboration with Chasing Blades, or is Chasing Blades collaboration with Texan Knives? Either way, take your pick. So the second one, oh no, this is the third Texan Blades knives or folder that I've got from them. I have a fixed blade that it was the first Texan Knives I got. That's probably one of my favorite knives overall. And so this would be my 1, 2, 3. This would be my fourth one, yeah. But they do a fantastic job. Excuse me, based in Texas. Really awesome stuff, and thank you, Chasing Blades, for that. Excuse me. But like I said, unfortunately, that's the only new knife I got. Let's see, I got new phones, which is what I'm using for the camera right now. And video. I'm also a gamer. A video game came out called Forza Horizon 6, which is a racing game. And I kind of might have gone overboard on that one because I got a whole racing wheel set up and stuff like that. So that's another reason why my knife collecting has been put a bit on the hiatus as I work to like pay off all of that. But hopefully, still can come up with a pretty interesting live today. Again, just doing kind of like what I would be doing on any other Saturday, going through my collection, doing maintenance. And I actually wanted to go through my case collection because I was debating if I can pick up the frickin' box. I was debating. Okay, I'm going to need a new box. I was debating going through my case collection, or debating burning something new in my case collection. Now, obviously, there's going to be some of these knives that I'm not going to burn because reasons. But there's my case box. Not all of my case knives are in here, but a majority of the case that I've collected are in here. This case has quickly become like, I probably have more case knives than any other single I have more case knives than any other single manufacturer. Like if you were to take all of my Civivi together, if you were to take all of my Remet together or whatever, I think case knives within this last year have admittedly grown to be the most I have more case knives than pretty much anything else. So I'm gonna go through some of these, and I might just very well pick out a case knife to burn. I'm not sure exactly what I have in mind. I kind of have to go over and take a look at them, and then just sort of like envision what I believe. Try to envision what it would look like with a particular burn on it. Now, I'm not going to go through every case knife because obviously there's some knives that I'm not going to want to burn, like a lot of the ones that are in tins, like for example, a lot of synthetic. I can't burn a synthetic like this. That's not getting burned anytime soon. And like specialty ones, like I've got this is a Burt Brine. This would be is this a sea dragon? No, this is a lizard skin. Not going to burn that. So what I'm looking for are essentially single color, like say a gray bone or a blue bone or a green bone. And I can't remember exactly everything that I have in my collection. So yeah, I'm going to go over everything. And not everything's in this box. As you can see, I'm pulling stuff out. I do still have quite a few knives in slips that I keep in slips because a lot of times I'll grab those on my way out somewhere. And it's handy just to have them in a slip and then grab and go. So let me take a look. I've got quite a few knives that I've burned already, and I can't remember which ones or where I've placed all of them. And it might give me an idea of what knives I might want to be picking up again soon. Excuse me. So this is more of an exploratory dig into what I've got in my collection to see what I want to do next. Other than that, leaving it open for anybody that's got any questions. If you'd like to know anything more about my collection, any questions about knives in general. I also, my main interest when I first started collecting many years ago has always been modern style knives. Yeah, or modern style folders. Anyway, and I've had a few traditionals in the past, but I didn't really explode into collecting traditionals until probably within the last year. I started picking up more and more and learning more and more about traditionals, and I might have gotten a little hog wild. Not gonna lie. So first things I'm going to do is we're going to take away all the stuff that I can't burn, like the synthetics, like the cinnamon bone. Again, beautiful mini cinnamon trapper. Or it's not cinnamon, cinnamon. It's cinnamon. It's a synthetic. It's not bone. Kieranite, which I think is absolutely gorgeous. So that obviously is not going to get burned. And this also gives me an opportunity to kind of redo my collection in terms of like storage and stuff, because it's getting a little out of hand. Now, skeleton pre-hafted. If it says skeleton pre-hafted, those are Michael Prater Corallons. Obviously cannot burn those. And then some of these are like specialty, like limited edition stuff. So I'm going to try to separate all the Corallon and all the specialty stuff. That is an empty box. What's that even doing here? Go away. So anything in a jeweled box, anything in a folding, like cigar box, or anything that probably won't burn, like a buffalo horn is, I mean, they're black. You're not going to really see much. Let's see. Peanut butter and jelly. Nope, that's not getting burned. Sea dragon. Got that. And small red bone Texas toothpick. Probably won't do that. Trying to separate all the stuff that I do not want to burn. And if there's anything you guys want to see close up, just let me know. This is a fire in box. That is a coral. How am I going to separate these? I should separate them by, maybe I'll separate them by like Corallon, because I'm going to drive myself nuts. That's Corallon. That's Corallon. So I've got a fire in box. I don't even know what kind of Corallon some of these are, because the way that case, when they're doing a Corallon and essentially handing it off to Michael Prater, they just list it as a skeleton pre-hafted trapper, because then Michael Prater does the handle or does the scales, and I don't think they have a specific part number for those. Well, maybe Michael Prater does, but like that's another Corallon. I've got a few hunters in here. We're probably not going to do a hunter. Wood, obviously, we're not going to burn. That's another jeweled case. I believe this is one of my squirrels. Oh, no, this is the rabbit. Okay. That can go there. And we've got some non-case knives as well. So a hen and rooster in there. Got some hunters. Yeah, I really need to go over my collection and redo this, because all I've got is a freaking shoebox until I can find some more displays. Ground Fog, how are you doing? I got some non-case knives, but these were special because, being the EDC Squirrel, I was trying to hunt down as many squirrel knives as possible. This was an interesting one. I think I showed this before. This is a old vintage USSR folding knife. I can't recall if they had a particular name for it, but I mean, it's a squirrel knife. And I actually had to do some work on this thing because this was in bad shape. Really strong spring, though. Had to reprofile the edge. It is now razor sharp, and it wouldn't even open up. And thankfully, I was able to repair this thing, because I got this at a really, I mean, it was only like, these aren't expensive by any means. I think when I picked this one up, it was like $20, but it was known to have some issues. Like I said, it wouldn't open. The edge was crap. And I just wanted to get it because it had the squirrel on there. And then also, I wanted a neat thing to see if I can just actually fix it up. And I managed to do that, so I was very happy with that. And it was one of the few that I saw that came with its original, very kind of thin, soft leather sheath. So that was kind of neat. We got some case marbles in here too. What are these doing in here? I'm gonna have to find a place for these case marbles. Never meant to collect case marbles. Next thing you know, I have like a bunch of them. I think some of these ended. I know I bought a couple just out of sheer, curiosity and for the heck of it. But I gotta find another place for these guys because they're taking up space in my knife box. Also, I have a few of these coins. What is this one? This one, oh, this one's a Vosteed coin. Or no, that's not a Vosteed. That's a Kaiser coin. Sorry. Kaiser, case coin. No, I don't really go out to collect coins either, but sometimes you end up with them. I ended up with a few. I got a small handful, but I don't really do much with them. Let's see, what else do I got? That's another jewel box. What is this? I don't know. What is this? Prelude, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Just going over my case knives. This is the Rose Muskrat. Obviously not going to burn that one. Absolutely beautiful. Not going to burn them because A, they're gorgeous on their own. B, I do believe these are limited and these are very, very hard to get. I really wanted a trapper in this, but I don't believe I've been able to find any trappers. I don't think you can find any trappers anymore aside from secondhand market. And I do like muskrats too, though. Managed a muskrat. Absolutely gorgeous knife. Not gonna get burned. Yeah, I'm just going through my case collection because A, I need to go over it anyway. I should resort this. And B, I'm debating whether I want to burn another knife. So I'm kind of going over to try to refresh my memory as to what I have in my case collection. And if there's anything I'd like to burn without having to buy a new knife. Although I might end up I'll end up buying new knives anyway. But just seeing if there's anything in here that I could actually already burn. So specialty stuff, obviously, limited stuff, obviously is not going to be burnt. Things that can't be burnt, like synthetics, obviously not going to be burnt. I am finding a lot more of these Corallons. Let's see here. That's a rose. What did I do with my Corallons? I said I was going to start separating the bunch, and I lost track on what I was doing. And I don't have these Corallons listed, so I don't even remember what the names are on these. Well, aside from this one, because this is not the original box. So who I bought this from essentially just made a new label. Those aren't going to get burnt because those are synthetic. They would melt. Do I have any more Corallon? Okay, that's in synthetic. That is, I don't know what this is. What is this? Slant bolster. Oh, well, okay, this is probably not going to get burnt. This is probably a Corallon as well. Terry, how you doing? Yep. Oh, this is a 24 karat gold peanut. Not real gold, but this is a Corallon also. Corallon is they're made by Michael Prater. Michael Prater makes Corallon knives for a few different manufacturers: Case, Son, Frost Cutlery, I think a few others as well. But they're synthetic, they're not bone. And what really sets them apart is no two are going to look alike, because the swirls are going to be very unique. Even amongst like the whole line, you're not going to see two knives that look exactly the same. And also, because the way they're done, there are no pins that hold the Corallon to the knife itself. You'll notice, unlike other case knives, where let me pull a case knife. Here's a synthetic called Kieranite, and on bone scales and stuff, you'll see pins. This is a Kieranite. It's also synthetic. You'll see pins there. Brass pins. On the Corallons, you don't see any brass pins. There are no pins whatsoever in there. If I focus there. There we go. I can't I can't believe how nice this camera is working. That would look great. Oh, it would look fantastic as a guitar body. That would look awesome. Obviously, for reasons, because it's a synthetic, these will not burn. They will melt. So I'm just going to put this away real quick. Excuse me. And again, if you have any questions on anything that you see, any questions about my collection in general, feel free to ask while I'm doing this stuff. I'm the squirrel. I get distracted enough as it is. Answering questions isn't going to faze me. That can go with the rest of the Correlon. I'm trying to separate this because I got to reorganize this. This is another thing. I definitely got to reorganize some of this stuff. So I'm going to start piling. Actually, hold on a second. I had a buffalo horn jig trapper that I need to separate because I acquired somehow 2 of them. I want to separate those 2. There we go. And this is a hen and rooster. Oh, Michael Prater made one for hen and rooster as well. So this is another Correlon, except this is a hen and rooster. But yeah, Michael Prater does them for different manufacturers. This one, I can't remember the name of this one. But that's Correlon. Again, no pins. This is a trapper pattern. I just thought it looked really neat. I'm not even into pink, but I just thought I wish it would come out better on cam, but it's really pearlescent, and you've got like this 3D effect going on. It doesn't look like the camera makes it look a lot flatter in color, but there's an actual 3D effect going on if you were to look at this with your naked eye. How many knives does a squirrel have? Now, okay. It's a problematic question because I used to be keeping I used to keep a spreadsheet. I still have the spreadsheet, and every time I got a knife, I would add to the spreadsheet. Unfortunately, things got busy, and I had let the spreadsheet slip, and I've probably got like 50 or 60 knives that haven't been entered in there. So last I checked, I was nearing 400, so I'm probably around 450 to close to 500 knives right now. And not all, I'm talking about over everything that I own. You could probably knock maybe 10 to 20 of those knives out as kind of like, because I also included knives that I kind of just use as like, how do I put this? Junk or testers or practice knives. And what I mean by that is these are knives that I got that were essentially just super cheap junk. Okay. And I might have gotten them for whatever reason, like either acquired them for free, was given them, because nobody else wanted them, or, or just found them. And what I generally use those quote junk knives for are, a lot of times I use those for investigating, like how they work, practice, practicing my freehand sharpening skills, and experimentation, things like that. Like, since I don't care about the blade so much, I might try different sharpening angles and see how they do, stuff like that. You could probably knock maybe 10 to 20 of those knives out of, I wouldn't really consider them part of my collection. So I'm probably about like 450 knives in my collection right about now. And I say probably because, like I said, I haven't kept up with the spreadsheet. I've made mistakes. And I can't remember what's in my spreadsheet now. I have a good idea of what hasn't been put in my spreadsheet yet. I know that, but yeah, I'm probably looking around 450 knives. I'm getting close to 500. You know how squirrels hoard nuts? Yeah, pretty much. I pretty much hoard nuts. I have a weird collector's mentality. And when I get into a hobby, now this is probably one of my longest running hobbies is knife collecting. I've been doing this for many years. I only started the channel recently because I just thought it'd be a neat thing to do. But I have this habit when I get into a hobby, I kind of trip, fall, careen, get shot into, get thrown into rabbit holes all over the place, or squirrel holes. I guess maybe you can probably call them squirrel holes. And so I tend to deep dive in stuff that really catches my mind. And I've done that with numerous things like firearms. I have a small firearm collection, nowhere near this, believe me. It hasn't reached double digits yet. I say that loudly in case my girlfriend's listening. I only have a few. But I did that with guitars when I started playing music many years back. And, can't just have one guitar. Oh, well, what if I want to play blues? Kind of want a guitar that's, I played metal, so I had a specific guitar for metal. But what if I wanted to play blues? I wanted a guitar that can really, really do the blues very well. Oh, but what if I wanted that hairband rock kind of, heavy but a little twangy going on? Wanted something for that. Oh, but what if I wanted to play acoustic? I needed to get an acoustic guitar because those want to, I want to play acoustic. Oh, but what if I wanted to play some really heavy down-tuned metal? Well, I have to get a guitar to do some really heavy down-tuned metal because I don't want to have to restring my other electric guitar that does metal all the time. I want to do down-tuned metal. But what if I wanted to play bass? I don't have a bass yet, so I had to get a bass. So I want to get bass. Oh, you know what? I really like the sound of that amp. I need a new amp to do certain things. That's where my brain goes. My brain just sort of, and when I was playing guitar, I was learning by playing a video game called Rocksmith. Rocksmith actually is a video game that literally teaches you how to play guitar. Fun as hell. I might have been playing for like a year, and at the time being, I might have had 13 guitars. And I've traded and sold and traded and sold. I'm now down to about 6 or 7 guitars, like 4 or 5 amps. Like I have a mini stack Hughes and Kettner, like 2 12-inch speaker cabs with a tube head sitting on top. So it's like a mini stack. And I've got 1 bass. I've got 1 electroacoustic. So yeah, so that's kind of what happens. And I mean, and I'm not kidding. Within the first year of me playing guitar, learning how to play guitar, I had like 12 to 13 guitars at a time. Now, granted, they were very inexpensive. Some of them were pretty damn cheap. I had some that were kind of expensive. And when I say kind of expensive, approaching maybe $300, $300 to $400 for that guitar. Some of them I sold. A lot of them I sold or traded, and some of them I kind of regret having done so. The guitars that I have left, I have some inexpensive and my most precious guitars, to me, most precious anyway. And those are what essentially remain in my collection. So yeah, I trimmed that down quite a bit. And I do have a video gaming habit. Like I said, I just spent a ton of money on a racing wheel that I'm currently sitting inside because it's taking up my computer space. So as I'm doing this, I'm sitting at my racing wheel because I have nowhere else to put it. So that's why I haven't bought many new knives this last couple of weeks, is because I knew that a video game was coming up, a really fun racing game. And some people were very kind enough to help me get it. And thanks to them, I have a racing wheel. And thanks to them, I probably spent a lot more money than I should have. But this has been my longest running hobby, has been collecting pocket knives. But that's to give you an idea of how my brain works in regards to collecting pocket knives. Oh, we have a Berenson in here. Oh, there's a reason why I have this Berenson in here. It's because this was given to me as a gift. This was given to me as a gift from Chasing Blades, actually. That should tell you how much business I do with Chasing Blades. If the retailer is going to give you a gift. This one is a all white natural bone, and I was tempted to burn this one. They were actually wondering if I was going to. I just realized this only has one pin. Really? I didn't notice that before. Wow. Only one pin. I think they had the idea that I was thinking about burning this, and I'm tempted to burn it. I'm not sure if I'm going to yet. The only reason why I haven't burned this knife yet is because it was given to me as a gift, and I have a tendency, like if somebody gives me a gift, I tend to keep it as is. I don't like to do anything to it. I don't customize them in any way, because I like to keep them as they were given to me usually, which is why I haven't done anything with that. I think they did give it to me with the idea that I might burn it, but I kind of don't wanna. What kind of games do I play? I play a little bit of everything. I actually have a second YouTube channel that I started before this called Durana's Game Cave. And there's a link to it, I think, in the description, if you like to watch people play video games and like to watch me make an idiot of myself. But yeah, a little bit of everything. Horror games, really into racing games. Forza 6 came out, Forza Horizon 6. That's why I got the wheel. Hunting, like anything from horror, action, puzzle, racing. The only thing I don't really play a whole lot of are sports games. I don't get interested in sports games. Like, I don't play any FIFA or football games or anything like that, baseball, whatever. I don't get into sports games. Puzzle games, the current games that I've been playing, Forza 6 racing game, 007 First Light came out. I've been playing that. I'm actually going to be playing more of that tonight. And a little bit of everything, really. Aside from sports games, the closest thing to a sports game that I play is like the racing game. Hunting games, I love hunting games, like actual hunting sims. Fishing games, I enjoy fishing games. They're nice and relaxing sometimes, unless you play a horror fishing game like I played recently. That was really cool. That game's not out yet, Dreadmore. I just played like a demo of it, but as soon as that game comes out, I will probably pick that up. But yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, you name it, and I'll probably take a peek at it at some point. That also cuts down a lot in my collecting, because I have money going towards everything, and thankfully that channel has been out for a while and has been doing pretty decent. So that helps a ton in regards to being able to afford more games and stuff. And I forgot what I was looking at. Like I said, I get sidetracked a lot. I'm gonna have to move this box out of the way, and then I'm gonna start just putting stuff on the table, and then we're gonna rebox shit. Chestnut bone. I've got to organize this in some way, and this is gonna help me organize stuff. I got a Halloween one. I think, was this 2025 or 2024? This was a 2025 Halloween knife. We've got probably my most expensive case knife right there. And we're just going to go and start sorting throughout these. And then what I'm going to do is hopefully I'll find something that I might be able to burn. And whether I have time to burn it today or maybe we burn it next week, we'll see. If I don't find something that I want to burn, well, maybe I'll just have to acquire a knife I want to burn. 007 game is more like a movie. I mean, it has a lot of cutscenes and stuff. I think there's a lot to be said with a lot of the latest games that came out. A lot of those games have been like Crimson Desert, for example. Open world exploration, and like even the racing game Forza 6 is heavy on open world driving exploration. A lot of games have been open world or at least very exploration heavy. where 007 First Light is more of a throwback to games along the lines of, like, say, God of War, or actually a lot of people make the comparison to Uncharted. It's a throwback to games, to adventure games like that, where it's more linear. They're story driven. There's a lot of action. There's a lot of game to be played, but there's a lot of exposition. There's a lot of story. There's quite a few cutscenes. So would I call it a movie? No. I think it's just there seemed to be within the last year or two, there was a shift away from games like Uncharted, and let's see, Tomb Raider had a little bit more exploration. It was still linear, but it was, you had your ability to go around the map a lot. God of War, the second one, had a little bit more exploration, more like the first God of War. I think a lot of games started shifting away from that, and with Elden Ring being really popular, I think that's where the shift kind of sort of started to happen. And other open world exploration, survival games being huge, things like that. I think story driven linear action games kind of got pushed a little to the side. And the way I feel is 007 is kind of a return to that. So I know there's a lot of people that see it more like a movie because the information in the that you're being fed, the story, the amount of story that's in there. But I still very much think it's a very neat action game. How far? What? Mic drop? I'm sorry, mic drop. And how are you doing? Let's see. I think that's everything that was in that box, and that's not the only box of freaking knives I have. Good grief. Or at least not the only box of case knives I have. And a lot of my case knives, keep in mind, are also sitting in a freaking I have like 20 case knives sitting on my desk currently in slips. Because I like keeping those. Oh, I got another Hen and Rooster Michael Prater. Didn't realize I had another Michael Prater sitting there. I have a thing for coral on knives because I think they look absolutely beautiful. I wish I knew the name of this thing. I believe it might be another 24 karat, except instead of a peanut, this is a full-size trapper, but it has a lot more green. So I'm not I don't think it is. And wow, do I fingerprint the crap out of these things. Story-rich action RPG choices, but I don't think I don't know how much the choices matter in this one. A lot of people have said it's a mix of, in 007, it's a mix of Uncharted and Hitman. Now, I think they give you a lot of leeway in how you want to complete missions and stuff like that. Not to the extent of Hitman, but a surprising amount of leeway in how you want to do things. Uncharted in terms of the action sequences and stuff like that. And again, a lot of exposition and a lot of story. But I can see why they're making those comparisons. I don't know how much choices matter, if it'll give you major changes in ending or certain outcomes. I haven't dug into it. I didn't think they did, aside from like how you want to go about and complete certain missions. So I think that was the extent of it. Michael Prater's signature on this one, pretty sweet. I like Hen and Rooster, and they're not terribly expensive either. They got some really cool stuff. My favorites still remain to be now, and I collect a lot of different manufacturers when it comes to traditional knives. I don't have any GEC yet because GEC tends to be expensive as hell. Same with Jack Wolf knives, more modern traditionals. I want a Jack Wolf knife. I don't want to pay for a Jack Wolf knife because they're fucking expensive. And I missed out on the Gateway ones. They had a cheaper version of Jack Wolf knives called Gateways, but those have been sold out. I don't know if there's going to be more made or anything like that. Though that was probably my only chance of getting a Jack Wolf, and I might have missed my chance on that. Not much I can do about it, unfortunately. I think that's all the case knives I still have in a box. You find 07, boy, I'm enjoying the hell out of it. I'm loving 007. I'm having a bunch of fun. I think it's hilarious and fun. But then again, I'm kind of a 007 fan. I couldn't tell you all the movies or anything like that. I'm not that much of a fan, but I mean, I like the 007 movies. I've enjoyed what I've seen. I don't really get too deep in movies all the time, like some people do. Like, I know there are people that they're such a fan of a certain movie IP that they could tell you the ins and outs, tell you like everything about the movie and stuff. Like, no, did I enjoy the movies? Yes. Did I tell you anything about them? If I could remember half of it, maybe a little bit. I don't know. But I enjoy the 007 movies. I'm enjoying this game immensely. I like the story. And I know enough that a lot of the stuff in the game is familiar to me. So at least that works. As long as I'm not like, who the hell names their person M? And, why is that? Like, I understand the name. I remember Moneypenny and all that fun stuff. Okay, so what do we got? Now I got to separate these into things I can burn and things I cannot burn, because that would be a bad idea to do so. Okay, so things I cannot burn, or things I won't burn. The Corallons are taking up a lot of space. These are all Corallon, and so these can't be burned because they're synthetic, and that would be a bad idea. So I'm going to put those away. Where'd that box go? Anything synthetic goes away because we can't burn that. The cigar box can go away. That's a Kieranite. That's a synthetic. All right. So what else do we have here? And anything limited edition. I have no idea what this is. But this is a Shepherd Hills exclusive, so I don't think I'm going to be burning this one. Crimson Redbone Peach Seed Jig Trapper. Why would I don't normally get red bones. So I have to refresh my memory because I can't remember half of what I have in my collection. This is... Oh no, this is a Crimson Bone. Why didn't they just say Crimson Bone on it? Yeah, nope, not doing anything to this one. Now I remember why I got this, because I like the black and red. That is a very pretty knife to me. And another reason why I like doing this is going over, making sure everything's okay, nothing's going weird. I might probably go overboard protecting my knives, but these are the only reason these are still in a box is because I don't have a display to put them in. Otherwise, a lot of these would be displayed. And this is one that I would have loved to be able to display as soon as I can get a nice display to put it in. And I also might be out of places to put displays. If I can talk my girlfriend into moving all of her Labubu off the dresser, I might have some space. Because all those things keep staring at me. Kind of creepy. Even though one of them is technically mine because it was a gift from her. I just imagine he's on my side who will protect me from any of the other Labubus staring at me. Hope he's just not conspiring against me. Conspiracy, whatever. Conspiring. There we go. So that's not getting burned. Okay, I got to figure out a way to sort of divvy these up. I still have other synthetics that aren't going to get burned, so I got to make sure I put those away. What other synthetics do I have? I have no idea. What is this? Oh, this is making a case for America. I believe this was from either a blade show or shot show. 2024 or 2025. This was born, when was this born? 7/28/25. So this might have been 2025 shot show. This is a synthetic. This one's not getting burned. And if anybody's wondering what I mean by burning a knife, I'm talking about toasting a knife. I like to customize some case knives just to make them unique. Try it out and see what they look like. This one, there we go, is making a case for America. Now, this is a synthetic. It's not wood or bone. So synthetic meaning probably some type of plastic like Delrin or FRN or something. I don't know that they printed or colored. I don't think this is Coralon, but I might be wrong. I just realized there's no pins. But I don't recall this being Coralon. Where'd the box go? And it just says CCI White Synthetic Smooth Trapper. Huh. Well, I know Michael Prater's the only one that does Coralon. So I'm just surprised there's no pins on this one. Didn't occur to me that there's no pins. Pretty neat. You watch for content. The host helps even if the game is slow. Stories and relatable information. History is what I go for. Oh, yeah. I would think that's how a lot of people tend to go for. There's a boot. Is that a boot or a sock? I saw a crayon. I saw a squirrel. I'm not sure who the boot belongs to. I mean, that's what I watch. That's the reason why I watch anything is because of the content. Sure, it helps if the subject matter is interesting, but a good host can liven up pretty much anything. I'll watch paint dry if the host is good enough. This is the American case. I believe, like I said, I believe it's Shot Show. What's the name on this one? There's a name, but I'm not. Oh, no, it's not a name. I see what it says now. Handcrafted. There we go. Really pretty trapper. That's obviously not getting burned. So we're putting that away. I'm hoping I can find something to burn. And normally I would have probably put it away if I was, like put it off the side if I was planning on burning it, but I can't remember what I have in this collection. You know it's getting bad when you can't remember half of what you have in your collection. So that's going away. This one was that Crimson Red Bone. That's not going to get burnt. Now, I also don't like burning small knives because they're kind of hard to see if they're really small. Like, what's the point? Okay, you know what? I've got to do this in another way because I got to make this faster. Let's see. Anything in a jeweled case is not getting burned. That's for sure. So this is a jeweled case. This one is what? This is a squirrel, I believe. Yeah. This is my case Wildlife Series squirrel. And I have one with a rabbit on it. That gets in the jeweled case. That's not going anywhere. No burn for you. We're going to put you off the side because my table is like completely full. This one was the Roses Muskrat I showed earlier. That's in a jeweled case. This one is... This one's the rabbit. So similar thing, except with a rabbit on it. Do I have a Cold Steel Trailmaster in 3V? Is $285 a good price? You know what? I don't know. I do not have a Cold Steel. I don't have much Cold Steel. I have like 1, 2. I currently have 3 Cold Steel knives. I have a Recon. I have a Raja 2 and a Tough Light. Those are the only Cold Steels that I currently have. So I really couldn't tell you if like $285 is a good price for that Cold Steel. 3V though, That wouldn't surprise me, I guess, is one way to put it. I'd have to look it up. In fact, we'll do that now, because why the hell not? Like today's stream is kind of a chill one. Like I said, I'm just going over my traditional knives at the moment. Cold Steel Trailmaster. Are they even still available is my question. Or is this something that's no longer available? First of all, Trailmasters are still available. Brand new, they're going for about $549 on Cold Steel's website. So pretty hefty price from Cold Steel themselves, but that's from the manufacturer's website. They tend to run, a lot of times they tend to run high. Now on Amazon, you can get them a 9.5 inch for $282. And that's from Amazon. That's nearly half off what they show on Cold Steel's website. Now, I don't know if that's a temporary sale or not. I do know that on eBay, they were showing it close to around anywhere from 300 on up. I do see one going for $279.95 on eBay, but it looks to be, as far as the Trailmasters are concerned, that seems to be a pretty decent price. The $285. But we're going with a new Trailmaster. So $285 seems to be right in line with what you'd be looking at for a Trailmaster in 3V. And that's just from me Googling. But I hope that helps you make a decision there, William. And welcome to the stream. Really appreciate you coming by. All right, so we got the jeweled cases away. My specialty non-cases are going to go away. Let's put those out of the way so I can get more room on this. Or this freaking table. Holy crap, there's cases everywhere. This is that. Is this bone or is this synthetic? No, this is a synthetic copper lock. This was a Halloween knife. 2025 Halloween. I got from most of my knives I have from Chasing Blades. Not all of them, but most of my traditionals I got from Chasing Blades. This one is a synthetic Halloween one. This is a copper lock. So you got a locking blade with locking a Warncliffe blade. Happy Halloween on it. Pretty sweet. And you got some pumpkins. It's not bone, it's synthetic, but still pretty damn cool. Locking blade. We'll wipe that down, put it back in the tin. But stuff like this, I'd really like to be able to display. I just don't have the display. Displays are expensive. Oh my god. The amount, at least for some of the nicer displays I've seen, it's like, do I get a display or do I buy a knife? I've seen some displays that are just downright criminal. This is probably my most expensive case knife. And I got a good deal on it. This one I got for a little over $200. I think retail is a little or closer to $300. This is a burnt goldenrod mini trapper. Yeah, burnt goldenrod second jig cut or second cut jig, and it just means that it's a deeper jig cut than the others, and it's a mini trapper, so a smaller trapper. And this also has Damascus scales. Anytime you have a case knife with Damascus scales, you've just pretty much doubled the price of the knife right there. This one I believe is a raindrop pattern. Yeah, with a half stop. Just a gorgeous case knife done in Damascus. Probably one of my favorites in my collection. Obviously not going to burn this one. That would be ludicrous. That would be criminal. But gorgeous Damascus steel on that. I'm trying to keep within camera, but because I'm sitting at a racing wheel, things are a little on the goofy side. I'm not able to sit at my desk like I normally would. I got all this crap, and I'm in a small apartment. Let's see if I can do cases. Little twist wrap here. I need a case wrapping class. There we go. That is back in there. That is not getting burned. If I did that, some people probably would hunt me down. Here's that Crimson Peach Sig Trapper. That's not going anywhere. That's a limited edition. Anytime you see a sticker like that, Shepherd Hills exclusive, that's not getting burned. I got another one. This one, I believe, is a lizard skin. Lizard skin is kind of a green bone that they toasted themselves. Yeah. Corn cob jig. They call that a lizard skin. I think they're gorgeous. They're not they're I believe these are limited, although not as inflated in price as a lot of the other exclusives, but still pretty popular to get, the lizard skins. I can see why. I think they look great. And this is a trapper, two-bladed trapper. I believe this is a Warncliffe blade. Yeah. Warncliffe blade for the secondary, which you don't see too often. I kind of prefer the Warncliffe blades, but usually they'll have a spay blade, which doesn't have as much of a pointy tip. Let's see. That would normally be the secondary. I really got to practice doing am I doing this right? Try it this way. I'm practicing my case wrapping skills. Because they have a particular way they wrap their knives. I believe that's it. I don't know if William's still about, but is that is Cold Steel your favorite brand? I know a lot of people have favorite brands. They tend to stick with them. I kind of float all over the place. It depends on, I don't know, the flavor of the month, I guess. When it comes to traditional knives, it's kind of obvious my favorite brand is Case, although I still collect knives from other brands, like, for example, and I have these were already on my table, like Rough Riders. These are inexpensive as hell, although these are 30th anniversaries. I still collect Rough Riders. I collect Head and Rooster, you've seen a few of. Lately, I've been collecting a lot of, well, not a lot, but I've got a few what were they called? Crap. I forgot the name of them, and that's going to bug the hell out of me. I have the brain of a freaking mosquito. I can't remember shit. Crap. I was just collecting a few of those. Rosecraft, that's it. I've been collecting a few Rosecraft. In fact, I think Rosecraft came out with a new drop, but I haven't picked that one up. And I'm a little disappointed that I haven't picked it up yet. And Rosecraft blades have been pretty damn nice. I thought they had a new traditional knife drop recently. And just within the last couple days. Normally I'm on them right away. But let's see, I don't see. Let's see here. Checking to see if I see it online, but I'm not seeing it at the moment. I would love, Throat Goat, how you doing? I would love to get Jack Wolf knife. I would love to get a Jack Wolf knife, but they're crazy expensive. You have no idea how. Oh, there it is. They do have. They have them on, not on sale, but they have them available. It's 2 times the points. That's not right. The Tuckahoe. That's a name. How did I not remember that name? The Tuckahoe satin spear point blade just came out. That is they're going like $63 on a Knife Center, and somehow I don't know what's happening right now. God damn it! I told myself I wouldn't do this shit. Stop it! Stop! It's nope. It's in the cart. Why are you in my cart? Why are you in my shopping cart? Stop it! Stop! Oh nope. Oh look, somebody's completed. God damn it! Okay, well I got a new knife coming probably within the next week. Shit. The Rosecraft Blades Tuckahoe. I'm never not gonna like smile at that name. Tuckahoe Jack slip joint folding knife, 2.5-inch blade, 14C28 end steel. The Rosecraft has been coming out with these knives in 14C28 end steel that have been absolutely amazing. At least to me, they've been absolutely amazing. They have this particular new one has barnboard jig bone handles with stainless bolsters and a drop point or almost a spear point blade. They have them in red, bone, and gray. There's a good possibility I have a red bone coming because reasons. And oh god, it is pretty. So yeah, that's on its way. I would love to get a Jack Wolf knife, but they're unbelievably expensive. The Jack Wolf that I was looking at was called the Gateway, but unfortunately those sold out so fast. It's kind of crazy. They sell out so quickly. I had like I didn't even know they were out until somebody mentioned, yeah, did you ever get a Gateway from Jack Wolf? Yeah, they're really cheap. Like what? And yeah, no luck. Absolutely gorgeous knives though. I do want to get my hands on one at some point. I know they came out with a knife called the Feel Good, and I believe those are already sold out. And I think that was going for like, I think just under $400, I believe, for the Feel Good from Jack Wolf. Makes me sad. But yeah, I have a Rosecraft coming next week. Son of a bitch. Oh well. I wasn't really planning on getting a new knife, so but you know that freaking happened. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was going over my shit. Okay, so still going over to see if I've got a knife that I want to burn in my case collection. And okay, hold on a second. What's happening here? Why is that? We'll do that. I just realized it was just I hadn't completed the order. The manual ones are really nice. Yeah, they're very expensive. Nick, thanks for coming by the way. Jack Wolf, I haven't gotten any of because they're extremely expensive. Same with GEC. A lot of people have been like, have you picked up any GEC traditional knives? I would love to. But I like to eat. I like to buy other things. I mean, I love knives. Obviously, I love knives. I buy a shit ton of knives. I just bought a knife against my better judgment. But obviously, I get a lot. But I like to eat as well. And I like to keep a roof over my head and make sure the bill collectors aren't coming down my throat. So, yeah, that's the only reason why I haven't bought a GEC or a Jack Wolf. Now, I know some people have said, well, have you ever thought if you didn't buy so many of these other knives that you could pick up a Jack Wolf knife or a GEC? And like, yeah, I had thought about that, but then I'm missing out on these knives that I like. So there. And I kind of have my own, I do have my own ceiling when it comes to pocket knives. Maybe down the road that could change. But for right now, I have like an imposed limit. And my limit generally is I don't spend more than $300 on a single knife. Mainly because well, just money in general. That I could at least get some really interesting, inexpensive knives and do videos on those. Otherwise, I'd pick up like a $300 knife, and that's the only knife I'm probably getting for like that month. And and you know, I get squirrel eyed, and all this new stuff that comes out. It's like it's killing me that I haven't really picked up anything recently, aside from like that last one from Texan Knives. It does kind of hurt because I see all these new knives. I know Blade Show did Blade Show go on, or is it going on? I can't remember. Blade Show is going on, and I've seen a lot of neat stuff for that that I feel like I'm missing out on. But there are some things I do have to prioritize, like I said, food. And there are other interests that I'm paying for, like I said, video games and stuff like that. So I've got to limit myself somewhere, somehow. Otherwise, I'd have nothing. Yeah, I could always get this one, or I can get that one. I love case knives. Case knives have a really good variety. I love how they look. I love the feel. I kind of like their standardization a little bit. Not to say that, like I said, I collect other knives, other traditional knives as well. But case has just been a favorite of mine for a while. Now, I will say, just like, and this goes with any knife, but especially, case and Rough Rider, if you get the chance, if you're buying a case knife. Now, I know in a lot of instances, if you're buying online, you don't have a chance to do it, and I get that. But if you have the ability to go over the knife with your own hands before you make the purchase, definitely do so. If you have a shop nearby where you can go over the knife before you buy it, definitely do that, because I know that there are some QC issues that I've seen with case. It doesn't keep me from collecting them. I still love case knives, but they have QC issues a lot of times. So definitely go over the knife before you make your purchase. Also, if you can't purchase them in person, I like to go through Whatnot. Whatnot is an auction site, and they do live auctions. So you're actually bidding against people right there and then. And one nice thing, like, I buy a lot of my knives from a seller named Chasing Blades. I've developed a really good relationship with them. Two brothers that run Chasing Blades. They're Mike and Gary. And the cool thing is, during their show, is they will take the knife and they'll show you the exact knife that you're buying. Okay. If you ask, they'll take it out of the box. They'll show you the exact knife that you're buying. This one happens to be a bacon bone. This was from SMKW, a mini dock. They'll show you the exact knife that you're buying, and you can have, open it, look at it. And so that way you can have them do a once over on the knife that you're getting. So, if there's any question about it, like, is there a chip? Is there is something wonky on it? You'll know right away. And Chasing Blades won't sell like, if he sees a knife, like, say he pulls a knife out and the blade is kind of messed up, or there's a crack in the bone, like a pin crack. Mike's been known to just go like, hey, and here's this, and there's a pin crack. Well, not selling that. He'll put it back in the box and send it right back to case, and he won't sell it to you. Even at a discounted price, he won't sell a knife that he believes is defective, because it's his reputation, it's Case's reputation. So I like going through Whatnot. I like purchasing through Chasing Blades, because they'll do that for me and let me, they'll show me that I'm getting a really good knife, and I'm not going to get caught with something that's got some bad QC issues. And if for some odd reason something escapes their view and you didn't see something, and you get the knife and you find out you're having an issue with it, they are amazing at wanting to make sure that you're happy. And all you have to do is contact them, and they'll take care of you. But that's one of the reasons why I do business through Chasing Blades. And there's a couple other sellers that I go through also. RL Simp, for example, if I'm looking for some exclusive stuff that Chasing Blades can't get their hands on, or modern knives. I get a lot of knives from Going Gear and Blade City for my modern knives. And the same thing, they'll go over the actual knife that you're getting. So that way you're not going to be caught by any surprises. And they're generally pretty good about returns and stuff like that. So not a problem. As far as a brand or company, is there one that stands out as far as most improvement, as far as QC? As far as most improvement. Okay, now I can't speak from experience, from my own personal experience. Okay, I can't speak from my own personal experience, but I can say from what I've heard. And that would be Rosecraft. And this is in regards to traditional knives. Modern knives are kind of, as far as improvement, it's kind of hard to really see any specific one. Probably as far as improvement and new stuff, Kubi has been doing some nicer stuff. A lot of their older stuff is kind of plain looking, but they're kind of branching out and doing some finer looking stuff. I don't have a lot of Kubi though. SRM also has been doing kind of some plain stuff, but some of their newer stuff is looking more towards the premium end, I guess you can say. But as far as traditional knives, I've heard a lot of stories about Rosecraft and their earlier knives. Okay. And again, this is just what I've heard from other people that I know, not just like this person had a friend whose friend said, but other people that I know that have dealt with Rosecraft. And a lot of their older knives, they've seen a lot of issues in terms of like, say fit and finish, QC problems out of the box, things like that. However, I decided to take a look at some Rosecraft. I purchased my first Rosecraft when they started coming out with knives in 14C28 end steel. A lot of their knives previous to that, they were like D2 steel. And I have nothing against D2. I just prefer my knives to be more stainless steel than D2 is. I mean, D2 is a great steel. I just know sometimes I get into situations where the knife could get wet and all that stuff, and I don't want to have to worry about corrosion. So while I take meticulous care of my knives, I prefer a stainless steel knife. And I saw they came out with 14C28 on steel blades. So I decided to grab one. I picked up my first Rosecraft. They came out with others in 14C28 on steel. I picked up some of those. And I also picked them up from different retailers. So I didn't get all my Rosecraft, say, from Knife Center or from Whatnot or, whatever. I went to different retailers because after I got my first Rosecraft blade was freaking excellent. Perfectly centered, razor sharp, looked absolutely beautiful. In fact, where was my first Rosecraft? Is it in this case? Hold on. Let me check this case real quick. I got cases all over. Is my Rosecraft in there? Nope, wrong case. Wait, nope, that's wrong. What just fell? Wrong case. Is it in here? That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's it. This is the first Rosecraft I ever bought. I can't remember the name off the top of my head right now. Birch something. And it's a micarta scaled 14C28 in steel. Perfectly centered. Although it might look a little off to the camera. Nicely centered in there. Really strong spring. Like, ow, strong. Great 14C28 in steel blade. Nice and sharp out of the box. And so that perked my interest in it. And a lot of people have said that their QC has been kind of horrible. So, but they were all pertaining to knives that came out a few years ago. These, like this one, I believe the 14C28s started just this year, 2026. And so I got that, got really interested because it wasn't that expensive, about 60 something dollars, like just under $70. And this was my first one, came up really good. I picked a couple more as soon as they dropped a new series. I picked up this one. I think this is a Snake River. And I have two of these. This one happens to be a jig bone. I have another one that's in a blue bone. And again, actually, here it is. So, and I got these from two different retailers. Nicely centered again. Really strong springs. Again, sharp out of the box. Love the half stop on these. And they were immaculate. Like absolutely gorgeous. And I picked up another one from Rosecraft. Again, from a different retailer because I didn't want them all from the same retailer. And this one, super well centered. They only have two different versions of this. I got the brown bone. They have a green brown, or I mean a green jigged. I didn't get the green. I only got one of these, but still, really well done knife. Strong springs, really great walk and talk, sharp out of the box, nice half stop. And like I said, I've heard the stories about their QC before, and like super clean on the inside. Like even the inside is polished. So I don't know if they took a lot of that negative feedback and decided to do 180. And keep in mind, when it comes to like how nicely polished the insides are, same thing with all those other past knives. They have been absolutely beautiful. That all those stories that I've heard before about them, you know, the QC issues and stuff like that, I have to think that hopefully they heard all those complaints and they've been listening and doing better, because Rosecraft are quickly becoming one of my favorite traditional knives just because of how good they've been coming out of the box. Now, again, I can't speak for the past ones because I just started this year picking up these Rosecrafts. So I'm still kind of new to them. But I know a lot of people that have mentioned that they've had QC issues with a lot of their older knives. And I'm not seeing them with any of the 14C28 and steel knives. So as far as that's concerned, I would say Rosecraft in regards to like most improvement. I just wish I could say from my own experience because I don't have any of their older knives. But at least from what I've been told with their previous knives, look how clean that is. These are a far cry better than what a lot of people have told me. And from what I understand, they're having trouble keeping these new Rosecrafts on the shelves. They've been selling relatively quickly. This one actually has become a daily carrier for me, like one of those that sort of go in the daily rotation. This is one of those that I just keep in a slip so that if I decide to pick it up, it's ready to go. And that actually sits on my desk. I have like I said, I have like 20 knives sitting in slips on my desk. The majority are case knives. I have that one that's not case, that Rosecraft, and I have a Kaiser traditional knife that sits in a slip. That's also part of my daily rotation. Like if I feel like picking that up and going, that's another one that sits at my desk. Kind of like I guess you can say at the ready. Good God, I have so much stuff in front of me. I can't even reach shit. The steering wheel is massive. I'd grab the Kaiser if I can reach for it, but well, that fell to the ground, never to be seen again. But it's buried amongst my other knives, and I can't. Oh wait, no, there it is. Oh, I'm gonna cause an avalanche. There we go, and everything's on the floor. That's my Kaiser traditional that I like to carry. I'm gonna need a grabber. Hold on a second. I'm gonna grab a receipt fell, and it's like in a place I can't reach, and it's gonna bug the crap out of me. Ugh. I don't even know what receipt you're for, but you're interfering with my gas pedal. There we go. What is this for? Oh, UPS. How about that? Okay. This is from Kaiser. This is their trestle. Another one of my favorite traditional styled knives, but with, I guess you can call it a modern traditional since it's made by Kaiser. And this one is one of their Damascus steel versions. I have a plain blade. I believe it's a Nitro V. I could be wrong. Version of this with a different profile blade, a drop point. But I like carrying this around every now and then. It's just an absolutely beautiful blade. Really pretty Damascus steel on this. But another one of my favorites there. That sits on my desk, ready to be carried at a moment's notice. But yeah, as far as QC, I'm trying to think of other manufacturers. But as far as QC is concerned, I'd have to say Rosecraft. From my personal experience, the other one, I would say possibly Rough Rider. I've a lot of the latest Rough Riders I've been seeing, they've been doing really good, but they still have quite a lot of QC issues. But again, Rough Riders are really, really inexpensive to begin with. So I kind of give them a little bit more leeway in regards to QC. Because I mean, when you think about it, like most of the Rough Riders I've got are around like $15, with some exceptions. Some of them, like the anniversary stuff or the really interesting and rare stuff, could be a little bit more expensive. But I don't think I've got a Rough Rider more expensive than say $50, and that's for the ginormous trapper that I showed a little while back, like the insanely large Trapper of Death. It was probably the most expensive Rough Rider that I have. But I've been noticing some of their QC's been going a little better, even though they still have QC issues. Case has kind of been like Case. I love Case, and like I said, I love Case. You know, I'm. Please don't say it. I feel like I'm like super bad mouthing. Obviously, I love Case. Otherwise, I wouldn't have all these. But again, I would be sure to go over each one if you can before you buy. Because I have been known to get some unfortunate ones in the past. Let's see, these aren't going to be burned. This is part of a set, and I only have 2 of these. I got to get the rest of them. These are the Sportsman series. This one's the deer one. I've got an elk one. But these are natural bone, but they're etched, so I'm not burning these. This one is the deer. I have also an elk, which has an elk scene on it. They have a bear, a turkey, and a waterfowl version. Those 3 I don't have yet, but I plan on getting those soon. They're all regular size trappers. And the interesting thing on these is their badge differs depending on the animal that's on the scale. Like deer and elk, you would normally use a rifle taunt, so they have a rifle badge. Same with a bear. Same with a bear, it has a rifle badge. If you get the turkey or the waterfowl, instead of a rifle cartridge badge, they have a shotgun badge, because you typically use a shotgun with birdshot for waterfowl and turkey. So I thought that's pretty cool. Do I own any Moras? Morniv? Not yet, Lion. I do want to pick up a Morniv because I've heard a lot about them. They're kind of goofy looking. If that's the one, I hope I'm thinking the right one. Morniv. But I know they've been popular because they're just sort of no nonsense, inexpensive, and You know, if you just want a knife to do what you need it to do, there you go. I hope I'm thinking of the same one. Yeah, and they're supposed to make great outdoors knives, especially fishing knives, because they're also specifically made to float in the water. I think their handles are filled. I think they're filled with cork, and so they're made specifically to float in the water if you were ever to drop it in the water. And they're kind of goofy looking though, depending on the knife you get. But I think that's part of the charm. The DLC Bushcraft Mower is dope. You love it. I'll have to take a look. God darn it! I just bought a knife online. Okay, I told myself I wasn't going to buy knives while doing my lives, and I already essentially gave myself the finger and bought a knife already. That freaking Rosecraft. Crap, damn it. Is that door open? I don't need my girlfriend hearing this. Hold on a second. Okay, sorry about that. I had to check something. Yeah, I do have an Instagram. I thought I had my Instagram listed on here. Do I not have it in the description? Let me look. Let me check my description. I thought I had my Instagram listed on that, but I could be wrong. Let's go to the bottom of this thing. I do not have my Instagram listed. Well, ain't that a bummer? Let's fix that. Instagram. I thought I did. Either that or I did have it at one point and I mucked it up. which wouldn't be unheard of. Let me see here. How do I share my Instagram? That'd be freaking that'd be a good thing to figure out, wouldn't it? That's not it. How about I just do this? On Instagram, I'm known as the EDC Squirrel. So, without the in front of it, just EDC Squirrel. I'm going to go ahead and pop that at the very bottom. Well, maybe not very bottom. I'll put in Instagram. Good grief, stop scrolling weird. Instagram. And link. There we go. Okay, so if you were to refresh it, there's a link towards the bottom. Oh, you have me. Okay. Well, in case anybody doesn't have me on Instagram, it's there now. Just refresh the stream. It should show up towards the bottom. Anyway, yeah, I haven't done anything new because it's been kind of crazy. And the funny thing is, the last time I went out and pocketed the knives, I actually have the photo, but that was a couple days ago. And I just haven't put it on Instagram on what I was carrying. Actually, you just saw one of them. It was that Rosecraft, the blue Rosecraft I carried with me. And I forgot what I was carrying with it. And then I transferred all my stuff to a new phone. I've got to find it again. But I'll post that up on Instagram later. These last 2 weeks have been insane because of my foot. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, my foot, I had a gout flare up. It's been 2 weeks and it's now finally starting to recover. It still hurts. Like I can't walk normally, but at least it's not like I want to chop my foot off at this point. So that's a plus. But I just went to the doctor, got blood tests because he wanted 2 tests done. And I got the results of one and surprise, hey, you have gout. No shit. I could have told you that. And then the second is a genetics testing because apparently, no, I'm Filipino. And I don't know if it's just Filipinos. I'm sure it's Filipinos and maybe a couple other ethnic groups. But apparently Filipinos, there's a possibility that I can have an adverse effect or sensitivity to one of the medications they use for gout. So I had to do some genetics testing to see if I'm one of those people. Because I guess he was going to suggest a medication that would just keep me from getting flare-ups, period. But once he learned I was Filipino, which you'd think he would have known, he was like, he said he wanted to get some genetics testing done first. So that's a thing. Let's see. I'm slowly going through knives I don't want to burn. This is taking longer than I thought, but that's fine. That's fine. I didn't have a plan for today, so this works. What else do I have that I don't want to burn? Oh, again, limited stuff and rare stuff are not getting burned. This one is a John Wayne, and this is wood anyway, so this wouldn't get burned. This wouldn't get burned. This is a John Wayne. John Wayne. Is it curly oak? Oh, no. Yeah. Yes. No. Yes. Natural curly oak smooth trapper. This one obviously is not getting burned. That is gorgeous. Curly oak. Natural curly oak. This is another one I got to post on Instagram. I haven't posted in a few days. But I've got a lot of pictures out on Instagram. A lot of my moderns, a lot of my traditionals. I'm always carrying a modern and traditional whenever I go out. So if I'm going out, I've got, Lord knows, I've got a ton of moderns on rotation, and I've got a bunch of traditionals I keep in slips, and I'll usually grab one of each. And I've mentioned it before. A lot of times, if I'm doing a lot of cutting, if I'm cutting a lot of cardboard, if I'm needing to use my knife a lot, the traditionals tend to do most of the work. And then the moderns, I just sort of, in case of emergency, or if one of my hands is unable to be, like if it's occupied, I guess, like if I'm having to hold on to something, so I only have one hand to manipulate a knife, then I'll pull my modern out. Otherwise, if speed isn't an issue, I'm just doing a bunch of cutting and it doesn't matter, then I'll pull the traditional knife out, and that's what does most of the stuff. My traditionals get used more than my moderns. Mainly because a lot of times they're a lot less aggressive looking, and people don't really give you a second glance when you pull a traditional knife out to work on cutting cords and stuff like that. They don't think too much of it. But if you were to flip out a modern, all of a sudden, oh my god, what is that? That's huge. And it could be like a 2-inch knife, and they're like, that's crazy, because it's a modern flipper or whatever. It's got titanium. It looks mean. I don't know, but nobody bats an eye to a traditional. And another reason is that my moderns, because they are easy to use in emergency, it remains sharp in case I need it for an emergency. I don't have to worry about it being dulled because I've been spending my whole entire day cutting into stuff. This is one of my latest ones. This one's obviously not getting burnt. This is the Coralon. The Coralon Limited from RL Simp. It's an RL Simp collaboration with Case. And RL Simp designed these. These are the caramel apple glows. But RL Simp designed these. They're limited. I forgot how many he's making. I think he was making 2,500, and then that's it. And not 2,500 trappers, but 2,500 of the caramel apple glow line. I believe he had rust locks that came out. I don't know if they're still available. They might have sold out already. This is the only one I have, this trapper. I believe he's going to be doing Sodbuster Juniors like this as well, I think. And they're called caramel apple glows, not because they glow in the dark, but they do this. I've got a UV light here, and I don't know if it'll work too well because I got my light on, but there we go. It's got a little, let me turn this light off, because it still can be kind of bright, but the glow will be better. There we go. The green portion is reactive to UV light, and reflects it like a beacon. Now, it looks more green to the eye as opposed to it's a lot more washed out on the camera. It's very green to the naked eye. It looks really cool. Now, the brown portion doesn't react, but that green portion's freaking amazing looking. That's an infrared flashlight that I've got there. But that's real neat. That's obviously not getting burned because I'd be insane to do that. That it's Coralon. So yeah, so he had a chance to work with Michael Prater and Case to work on his own. That's like a dream thing, to work on my own knife. I would love to be able to design my knife. I have like ideas in my head of what it would be, and it changes almost every day when I think about it. Designing my own, either my own traditional or my own modern styled knife. I do know if I designed my own modern, it would be titanium scaled. It would be probably either be a sheep's foot or drop point blade, or maybe just one of each. And 3-inch blade are like the main points of it. Turn this light back on. There we go. And then different things just sort of like change. Like I would probably use thumb holes combined with a fuller. I don't like. I prefer not to have like flipper tabs anywhere. I kind of like a more clean line. So it would be like thumb holes or a fuller to open. And as far as the scales, probably like a wood inlay, because I like natural woods. And what is this? Pocket worn Mediterranean blue bone peach seed jig. What? Oh, it's a tiny trapper. I'm not going to burn this because it's so small. Tiny trapper. I like trappers of all sizes. This is a tiny one. It's so cute. You can tuck these in a watch pocket without a slip, and they're just perfect for that tiny little jeans watch pocket. And it's a familiar shape with a trapper with your clip point blade and your spade right there. Love trappers of every size, and the tiny ones are just, dare I say, adorable looking. But that's not getting burned. I don't like burning small knives because it's hard to see anything and maintain some real fine control, at least for me. Slowly going over my shite. This is a purple curly smooth. Oh, this is a nice one. Not burning this one because this is wood. It's a purple curly smooth wood. Wait, what is it? Curly maple. Yes, good grief. Small swell center jack. Or some people call them Coke bottles. Because of the shape. Coke bottle. Kind of similar. It's a jackknife. 2 blades. You got your California clip point, and then you got a pen blade on the other side. If I can open the darn thing. You got a pen blade for the secondary with a nice half stop. And gorgeous purple curly oak for the scales. Just really pretty. Got some brown streaks in there. Pretty neat. Obviously not going to burn any wood. I want to toast my knives, not set them on fire. So that's another one not going to be done. I don't know if I'll find one in the collection to toast. I might end up having to just get a new new knife. I kind of debating on getting a green gator jig to burn. Simply because that one that I got from Chasing Blades at Texan Knives came out really neat looking. I'm wondering what the green bone would look like. But I don't have too many green gator jigs. And the ones that I have, they're still pretty popular because they came out this year, 2026. So I kind of don't want to burn a green gator jig until I can get a second one. Like I want to keep what I have and then burn another one. And if you're wondering what a green gator jig looks like, I have one somewhere around here. This is a mini trapper. Like it's really tempting to do, but I don't want to do it until I can get another one. And this is a gator jig. It doesn't have a lot of jigging to this one. Flat here. A lot of milk on the other side. But I want to burn it to see if I can get it to look like that other one from Texan Blades or Texan Knives. This is a mini trapper, so smaller than your standard trapper. Bigger than your tiny. I love the half stops on the mini trappers, which I think I'm starting to sort of lean more towards and getting are the minis because of that nice half stop. And the standard size trappers don't have that half stop. So, but this I'm tempted to burn. I just want to get another one before I do. So maybe I'll burn the full size because I think it might look better on a full size than on the minis. But I don't know quite what happened to the... I have my fan on. I just realized it blew the paper away. Crap, damn it. Where'd the paper go? There you are. Yeah, if you haven't checked out my Instagram, link in the description. I just like sharing photos now and then on there. It's a fun to do. I like staring at other people's knives in there too. Unfortunately, I stare at other people's knives and then I get a huge amount of want to spend money. That's my only issue with Instagram. It's like, that's a pretty knife. I have no more money. Okay, so we're going to put that one aside. That's a possibility. Possibly burning that one. This one is a chestnut bone trapper. We're not burning that. I have one. This is actually my second chestnut bone. So I already have that out of the box. That's my second. This is my second chestnut bone. So this one I keep out because this one I use actually quite a bit. Just a really... It's a really, how do I put this? Kind of like, kind of a dressy trapper. Something about the antique bone makes it look very like, I don't know, something that you'd see on an executive's desk or in an exec's pocket. It's just very classy. That's the word I'm looking for. A very classy looking trapper. This chestnut. But I think they look absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, this is my second one. This one I use a lot. I have another one in the box. I can't remember why I have two of them, but I'm kind of glad I do. Actually, it's possible that I might have forgotten I had one and then just bought a second one, because that's the whole reason why I started working on a spreadsheet originally, is because I would forget that I already had a knife, and at one point I've bought like 3 of the same knife. Simply because I forgot I had it in my collection. And so that's when a friend of mine came up with that spreadsheet and gave it to me. And that's kind of helped prevent me from buying the same knife more than once. Now, if I buy the same knife more than once, it's because I'm doing something to one of them. Possibly burning it. Trying a test burn. This is another gator jig. This one I won't burn only because this is so hard to get a hold of. These were new for the green jig bone was new for 2026. But this pattern is also new for 2026. And anytime these come out, Case is already on back order. Everywhere I look online, they're all sold out. Even auction sites like Whatnot, they tend to sell out really fast or for really inflated prices. And it's the axe handles. These have quickly become probably my next favorite case pattern to collect. They're single blade. They're roughly about a 3-inch blade. But personally, I just think they look gorgeous. Now, this is the green gator jig. Good God, I can't talk. And some people have said, like, well, it's just another sod buster. I could see that, but you get your California clip point blade. You have a half stop, which Sodbuster Juniors don't have. And I don't know. I just like the feel of this in the hand. It's not that much different from the Sodbuster Juniors, but I think the difference in the profile of the blade, as well as that half stop, I just really, really like. The half stop adds a little bit of extra safety, I guess. It's just in a secondary place for it to stop before just jabbing into your finger if something were to happen. But these have just quickly become one of my favorite patterns from Case, new for this year. And they're hard to get. A lot of people have gotten bonkers over these, like crazy bonkers over the axe handles. Chasing blades can't hang on to these more than a couple minutes. As soon as they start a show, and as soon as they start an auction on one of these, they're gone. Now, axe handles average price retail, if you get them while they're in stock at a store or something like that, generally run around 75 to, like, depending on the material, I've seen them go between 75 upwards of just under $100. Okay. That's your standard price. On auction, anytime I see these go on an auction, they've never been below $100 because so many people are trying to nab these things up fast as hell. So you have a lot of people fighting over them. And I've seen a knife like this, which was this. I believe this is like a 75. It's just under $80 knife. Okay, if you get it retail, I've seen these go for like $120 because people drive the prices up because everybody's fighting over them on an auction. So yeah, I've seen them go close to $120, $130 for the same knife that you could have gotten for like $75. Now, thankfully, Chasing Blades doesn't run the prices up. Now, usually it's the other bidders that run the prices up. But I have seen some sellers start them off at kind of goofy prices because they know they can get that price because so many people are fighting over them. But even at those goofy prices, these things get snapped up super fast. I've been really lucky to get the ones I have in hand, like this one here. Although I do want another one of these so I can try burning it. I'm not going to burn the only one of these that I have. So that's another one I'm going to try to nab a second of because I really want to see how this gator jig looks with the burn, or when I try to burn it anyway. Hopefully I can do as good a job as Texan Knives did, because I think the way they burned their gator jig looks absolutely amazing. Even though it did get rid of a lot of the dye, I still think it looks crazy cool. And I want to try my own burn on a gator jig. They do have another gator jig that's in blue bone. I don't have any of those. Maybe I should pick one of those up. Those would be easier to get than the greens. But I really do want to try a green gator jig. This is not getting burdened because this is a hunter. And it's a wood hunter. This one is a black curly oak. Yeah. Single-bladed hunter. One of my favorite ones because of just how good the black curly oak looks. And you got a brass badge on there. Single-blade hunter as opposed to your two-blade. Not the best centering, but that's fine. Although I got fingerprints all over this thing. Good grief. But yeah, if centering bugs you and things like that, that's another thing. As long as it's not like making it hard to close and really messing up the blade, it doesn't bother me too much. Of course, I do prefer something that's right in center, but I do give traditional knives a little bit of leeway. But absolutely gorgeous knife. Not one I can burn, though. Wrap that up, put that away. At least I'm making room in the box and reorganizing the box a little bit, so this is still turning out pretty well. Not really finding much I want to burn yet. I might have to go through the ones that are currently in slips, maybe burn one of those. Okay, that can go in there. Oh. Another axe handle. This was that mahogany bone. This is another color that I've been liking that came out. I believe it came out this year. I don't really remember seeing a lot of mahogany bone, mainly because it has a nice red to it without being almost like a crimson bone. This is another axe handle. Again, love these axe handles. Friggin' fantastic. Centering's not the best on this one, but it's still not bad. There's no blade rub on it at all, so it's not even hitting. It's not hitting the liner, but it looks absolutely gorgeous. I love the burn on this wood, or this bone. And I love how the milk comes out near the bolster there. Just love the coloring on that bone. I got a few axe handles now, so I've been pretty lucky. Like I said, these aren't easy to get a hold of. Not easy to get a hold of at all. And even chasing blades is a hard time, just getting them, period, much less keeping them in stock. Let's wrap that baby up. Back to the box you go until I figure out what I'm going to do with these axe handles. I should come up with a display for all the axe handles that I managed to get. I'm trying to get all of them. They're just really hard to nail down. What is this? Why is this in a no? Oh, this is another roses. This is not getting burnt. This was my first roses knife. These were limited from what I recall. I don't know if you can still get these. Kind of like that muskrat, except this is in red, and it's a trapper. Now these are etched. You can feel every bit of that, like every leaf, every stem, the rose petals. So you can feel all of that. It's not a smooth bone. And this is a trapper, traditional style trapper with your California clip point and your spade blade. There's the pal side, the other side. And I love the roses. I think they look absolutely gorgeous. I love how detailed they did the etching on these. But sometimes, like I said, you know, given some of the QC issues you can get with case, still a favorite of mine because they have some absolutely beautiful knives. And that can't be denied, really. And this is done all in bone. Red dyed bone. Another one of my favorites in my collection there. That is just going to go straight back into the box. Ugh. Any other questions you guys have had? Let me know. Kind of curious. I'm just going through my case collection now. Still trying to find something I'd like to burn. I've got some candidates. I just don't have any that... I mean, they're candidates only because I don't have a second one yet. and that's the only one that I have. Like those green jigs. I'd burn them if I had a second one. And I'll be hunting down a second one. Let's see here. Let's put that back. So that's not getting burnt anytime soon. Keep moving these back and forth. What are these? The 6.5 bone stack mini trapper, another tiny trapper. This one is done in genuine stag bone though. That's not getting burnt. We'll take a look at these. I like doing this too because I get a chance to relook at some of the knives that I have. Since I don't have displays for these yet. Oh yeah, I forgot how pretty this one is. This is genuine stag. You can see real fat for a small trap or for a tiny trapper. There's the badge. Pretty. And it's a tiny trapper. Another one that would work well in the tiny fifth pocket of your jeans. I don't carry this one only because I have so many other smaller ones that I just I throw in my pocket, and this is one of the few knives that have genuine stag on it that I have in my collection. I don't have too many of those. So this would go on display if I can get a display. Now, I don't have a problem with using pretty much any of my knives except for the very limited ones or the hard to get ones. This one falls into the slightly harder to get category. I don't know if these are still even being made. Pretty sure they are, but I don't see them very often. And then the 6.5 bone stag. No, that's an axe handle. This is a 6.5 bone stag. This one's a mini trapper. There's no sense in really burning these. I mean, I could possibly make it a little darker, because if I remember correctly, this was kind of a lighter bone stag. Yeah, a little lighter. But these were made out of cow shin bones. And there was a embargo on genuine stag for a good period of time. Nice toast on the other side, just really light on this side. There's an embargo on actual genuine stag, and to get around the embargo, Case made the 6.5 bone stag, and they essentially took cow shin bones, and then they would shape them and toast them to look like stag until the embargo finally, I guess, was finally lifted. And that's where you get the 6.5 bone stag, though, is they were getting around that embargo by creating cow bones that look like stag. It was still widely popular. 6.5 bone stag knives, partially because if they're done really well, they're really popular. They get snapped up pretty quick. They tend to demand a slightly higher price than your typical bone scales. Working and lurking. Hey, a bulldog. How you doing? Glad you can make it. I'm just going over my case collection. I was kind of hoping to find a knife that I could toast, and I can't remember everything that I have in my collection. So I'm taking a look at my collection to see if there's anything that I would like to burn. So far, I have some maybes, but I kind of don't want it until I get a second one. A lot of times I don't burn a knife unless I have a like say I wanted to burn a Sodbuster Jr. I'll usually get two. I'll keep one normal and then I'll burn the other. With one exception, I did burn a Tequila Sunrise Sodbuster Jr. because the Tequila Sunrises are so hard to get. Everybody loves the Tequila Sunrise. And so I got one and I burned it, and it's the only Tequila Sunrise that I have. or I should say, it's the only Tequila Sunrise Sodbuster Junior that I have, but I burned it anyway because what the hell? Why not? I didn't want to wait till I got another one, but this is how it turned out. You can see. I call it a Tequila Sunset now. I burnt the edges, burnt the ridges. The ridges lightened up quite a bit. Like I'm tempted to reburn it a little bit to bring the ridges out a little bit more. But you see over time they lighten up. The edges stayed nice and dark, like all around the Sodbuster. It stayed nice and dark. But I'm talking about the ridges towards the center. Got some dark spots, but they kind of lightened up, where like they kind of polished off. And I wouldn't mind defining those dark edges or those ridges a little bit more, maybe. Otherwise, I think it came out pretty well. I actually like the look of it. It's kind of like, it reminds me of actually reminds me more of like an autumn type bone, like autumn colors. Now, the original name of these is the Tequila Sunrise. I do have a Tequila Sunrise sow belly, I think. I don't know if it's still in the box or I have it out. Thought I had it out. If I can find it. There it is. So this is what they originally looked like. That's a Tequila Sunrise unburnt. And then this one I burnt myself. The orange tends to lighten up when you toast it a little. I'm not burning my sow belly, though. I'd want to get another sow belly before I burn to sow belly. But I actually like the burnt color. I wasn't sure what to call it. I've been tossing around the idea between, like I said, I've been calling it either a Tequila Sunset or simply a autumn bone, just because it just reminds me of autumn colors. But that's what I'm going through my collection for, is to see if there's anything I want to try toasting again. And for some people are like, hey, I love the toast on a lot of the bone knives from Case. And a lot of the knives that I've toasted, I've done to recreate some of those knives that I've seen from Case that either they don't offer or are just plain hard to get, like the tin roofs. I've toasted gray bones to emulate tin roof knives from Case, mainly because I found those were kind of hard to get. So I mean, if I can't buy them, I'll make my own. Buffalo Jighorn Trapper. I'm not going to burn because you'd never see it. Because the buffalo horns are entirely black. Yeah, they're entirely black buffalo horn. So I don't think you're really going to see a burn on that. But they're beautiful knives if you like natural materials. And wow, that paper's messed up. But nice and thick on this one. Actual buffalo horn. There's something about buffalo horn. I don't know what it is, but people love it. I think it looks gorgeous. Might not have all the colors that some of the other bones have, but I don't know, something about it. You got some variance in the color there. Some lighter areas. But I've heard a rumor, and nobody's been able to confirm yet, but I heard a rumor that they're going to stop production of the buffalo bones. But nobody's been able to confirm it yet. Chasing Blades has been keeping an ear out, but they haven't heard anything solid. I don't know if there's a particular reason why they would be stopping the buffalo horn line. I find it difficult to believe, only because they came out with a buffalo horn jig axe handle, which is new for this year. So if they're planning on stopping the buffalo line, I don't see why they would start a whole new pattern with buffalo. But that's what some people have been saying, that buffalo horn might be on the outs. And just from rumor alone, a lot of people have been snapping up these buffalo horns like crazy. I actually have another one of these, but not because I was trying to snap them up. I just happened to win it. So I actually have a second buffalo horn trapper that I got as a giveaway. And this one looks even fatter. But I won this one as a giveaway. So I actually have two of those guys. Normally these things run about $100-something bucks, over $100. So like an awesome giveaway, that's for sure. In fact, I got it in the same show where I got that got RL Simps that caramel apple glow knife. When I bought that one, that's the one where I won this buffalo as a giveaway. So I see it as kind of, I got a discount on two knives. But I'm going to keep these two because those aren't going to burn. And slowly going through the rest of my collection. I can't believe I have this many case knives. Can you believe all these case knives were done? Yeah, pretty much. I've got all these case knives within 1 year. Except, well, no, I had maybe one or two case knives I had before that. I'm just going through my collection, trying to sort them out a little bit. And also I was looking for something to burn, because I haven't bought a new case knife in a little while. I'm getting the itch to burn one. But I don't think I have any others that I want to burn. I'm still going through them. Like, I'm not going to burn wood. I'm not going to burn a synthetic, because that's not going to work. And welcome to the stream, Zippo Fanatic. This one is a blue sycamore wood baby dock. That's not getting burnt. Baby docks they don't make anymore. This pattern has gone to Case's vault. But I really like docks in general. I just don't. I've gotten quite a few baby docks, but I'd love to. I was kind of hoping Case would come out with their full size dock again, but no dice this year. I thought they would be coming out with their full size docks only because this went into the vault last year. And I was hoping like they were putting it in the vault because they were going to release the regular size docks, but no luck on that. But absolutely gorgeous blue sycamore wood. And yeah, and not to mention, this also gives me another reason to go over my collection and just sort of remember what I have in my collection, because I have the memory of a gnat. I can't remember crap. So that is a baby dock. They called them doctor's knives because back way back when, back before my day, a doctor might carry something like either this baby dock or a regular size dock. Regular size dock is a bit longer, and you had a single blade, as you saw there, drop point. You had also a non-sharpened spatula, not sharp on either edge. And what these were used for is the doctor might be carrying one of these in their pocket. A spatula, I've heard being used either as a tongue depressor, a lot of times to maybe mix unguents and stuff like that. Count pills as a pill count, separator. And also they had a flat bottom, as you can see here. And a lot of times that would be used to crush pills or powders and things like that, kind of like a mortar pestle situation. And then you had your single edged blade, and in an emergency that could be used as a scalpel. So that's I believe that's the whole reasoning for docks in general. And they were very slim, easy to carry in a shirt pocket, didn't take up much space. And I've actually I have a baby duck that I've used to count pills for, I'm a caregiver for my girlfriend, and she has like 20 billion pills. And I've used them to crush pills as well, seeing as that's what they were used for in the past. I figured, hey, nothing better than an actual baby duck. And that's I believe that's how they came about. At least that's the story that I've been told anyway. And unfortunately, they are in the vault, so these are harder to get now. Since if you're gonna be shopping around for these, a lot of times it's gonna be old, new stock, I guess, or on the secondary market until they take them back out of the vault whenever. So not being made any longer. Those baby ducks. This one is a synthetic trapper, and since it's synthetic, these are not getting burned because they would just melt. This is a mini trapper, I believe, and this is a synthetic spruce green. I think this was a new color for 2026, the synthetic spruce green. Just a really pretty green. I don't get too many, like, it's funny because I have a ton of green modern knives, but I don't see green too often in traditional knives, except unless they're like the John Deere's or the green apples from Case, which I think the green apples are I think they're stopping those as well. That's another rumor, that the green apples might not be around much longer, or at least, made. And I got quite a few green apples, so I'm glad to have those in my collection already. But again, that's just rumor. I don't have any solid news on whether that's actually happening. It's just what I've heard is the green apples are going to go away soon. Same with the buffalo. The buffalo supposedly going to go away soon. If somebody has any more actual solid information on whether that's true or not, I would love to hear it. Because, I mean, rumors are fun and all, but it actually drives a lot of sales. Even just the rumors alone drive a lot of sales. Like I said, those buffalo horns, and I've noticed that with the green apples also. Once the rumor came about that they're going to stop making those, those have been flying off shelves. And that's just from a rumor. Ugh, okay. That goes back in the box. What else do we have that I can possibly burn? Okay, these aren't getting burned. Black curly oak smooth wood trapper. So this is a trapper. It's going to be wood, so that's not going to get burnt. This paper is utterly destroyed. But it looks so pretty. Black curly oak. Gorgeous amount of blonde in there. Brass badge on that. Nickel silver bolsters. Nice swirls going on in that wood. That's a pretty knife. Not one I'd burn because it's wood, so that's not going to do anything. Got to go over these knives every once in a while because you forget how gorgeous some of these knives can be. Where'd that paper fly off to? Yeah, so it's kind of case day today. I didn't get many new knives this week, so I had to come up with something. And I had to go over this collection sooner or later again because I needed to know what I was going to do with some of this. Might as well be today. Wow, this paper's trash. All right, let's get that back in the box. Speeding it up a little bit. Any other questions on anything you've seen so far? Just knives in general. Chat with me. Actually, one thing I haven't asked is what's in your pocket today? What has been in your daily carry for the day? I can tell you right now where they put it. I guess I put it back down. I put it back down. I don't know where there it is. I put it back down. This was in my pocket today. And where's I had a modern knife in front of me. I don't know where I just put that one too. There it is. Speaking of cold steel. So what I was carrying with me today in a slip for my traditional knife was a green spruce synthetic muskrat. And a muskrat is a two-bladed knife with the same California clip point on either side. And the only knife from Case that doesn't come with a part number. Well, not your typical number. This one, if you look, most Case knives, if you look at them, now this one's been used quite a bit, so there's quite a few scratches. You'll have USA, then you'll have some type of number. This one, the muskrat's the only pattern that just says muskrat. And I've used this quite a bit, as you can probably tell. It still looks actually fantastic aside from the scratches. And for my modern, I was actually carrying this. Somebody's talking about cold steel. This is the Cold Steel Recon. You've got I believe an AUS 10A steel, Cold Steel Recon. This has their triad lock, super strong locking mechanism, super inexpensive. I can't remember the price on this. I know I think they're roughly around $70. I got mine for a bit less, I believe. But really strong triad lock. Dual thumb studs, although it's weird because it's dual thumb studs, but one thumb stud is very obviously bigger than the other. Don't have any cold steels. But this one I got because there was another viewer that I think this was their day in, day out carry. And I wanted to check it out for myself since I don't have too many cold steels. It's actually a pretty damn decent knife. You got GRN scales, not the most aggressive GRN, but you still get a decent grip out of it. As I said before, the triad lock is strong as all get out. I believe their triad locks, they state that they can withstand like 800 pounds of force before failure, which is pretty damn impressive. And I don't think you ever have to worry about dealing with that much force hitting the back spine of the knife. It'll probably get ripped out of your hand before anything happens to the lock failing. But just a really decent knife for a pretty decent cost. The AUS 10A steel, serviceable. It's not like the greatest. It's not a premium steel, but it does what it needs to do. And pretty comfortable in the hand, I must say. The only real qualm I have about it is I wish the GRN scales were a little more aggressive in terms of texture, provide a little better grip, but the grip itself is not bad because the way this is kind of formed fits pretty well. You get a finger groove up here. You get a second finger groove down here. Everything sort of fits where it needs to go, and you got a bit of a ramp up on the back. So as far as grip's concerned, it's actually pretty nice. I just kind of wish this was a little bit more aggressive, but otherwise not bad. And also, I'm not the biggest fan of these pocket clips. I would have preferred a deeper carry pocket clip to this, although it is reversible in case you're left-handed. I would have preferred a deeper carry pocket clip, ones that sort of comes out and then folds over, but still not a bad pocket clip because it rides pretty low, and the tip of this, they flattened out, so hopefully that's a lot less chance to snag something if you happen to brush against anything. So not a super fidgety knife, but it's kind of like a no nonsense workhorse, and I'm pretty impressed with it. It's a pretty damn nice knife, the Recon one from Cold Steel, and the perfect size too. If you're in an area where blade size might be restricted. It still fits within that. But that was my daily carry for today, what I had in my pocket. But I'm at home now, so these went back on the table. So there you go. That's what was in my pocket today. What was in your pocket today? Let me know in the chat, and then we're going to continue on with sorting throughout these cases. I still haven't found one that I'm definitely going to burn yet. And I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't have too many Stockmans, mainly because I kind of prefer sow bellies. I don't even remember getting this. This is a natural canvas micarta smooth, a large Stockman too. As I say, this thing's kind of heavy. Why don't I remember? Oh no, I did get this from Chasing Blades. Okay. I remember why I got this, because I like how Case does their micarta. It just looks kind of sleek, kind of slick looking, kind of classy looking. But I like their micarta. And I'm not the biggest fan of Stockmans. Like I said, I prefer sow bellies because sow bellies seem to fit my hand a little better. But I couldn't get away from the micarta. I just love how Case does their micarta. I think it looks great. Stockman, 3-bladed knife. You got your California clip point on one side. You have a sheep's foot for your secondary. And then you have I believe that's a spade blade for your tertiary. Usually it's I believe like a pen knife, more like a drop point instead of a spay on your medium and smaller Stockmans, if I remember correctly. So this one's kind of interesting in that you get a spade blade for your tertiary blade. Like I said, I'm not the biggest fan I don't normally get Stockmans, but I like the micarta. I just prefer sow bellies. Sow belly, if you can't remember. This is a sow belly. This one happens to be a black curly oak sow belly. Now, this is a large Stockman as opposed to your medium-sized Stockman. And I don't know, the curve on the sow belly just feels better when I'm using them. Feels really nice in the hand, kind of sort of fits into the palm. This is a little bit more straight. Not that it's uncomfortable to use, but I just love, once I've held the sow belly in comparison to the Stockmans, it just feels nice in the hand. It just feels more comfortable, or the sow belly feels more comfortable in the hand to me than the Stockmans do. Not that Stockmans are bad. I just like the feel better. So that's a large Stockman from Case. Got that one because that micarta is just gorgeous to me. Wow, this paper is ass. You can tell I've been in and out of these at some point, just looking at them or admiring them and then wrapping them and unwrapping them. I'm going to have to just buy some tissue from Case at some point, replace half the tissue that I have in here. Because I've been unwrapping and wrapping these up. Once I can get a decent display, these will probably all come out of the boxes, and I'll probably just get rid of the boxes. I know a lot of people like, oh my God, you got to keep the boxes, but you only really keep the boxes if you plan on reselling these, and I have no real intention of reselling these. And even without the boxes, depending on the case knife that you're looking at, a lot of vintage case knives still demand really high prices without the box. But again, I collect because I enjoy collecting. I don't collect to resell. TCal Piranha neck hanger and Spyderco PM2 in the pocket. Spyderco PM2. Would love a PM2, but I got restrictions. So PM3 it is for me. Nick Martino, you got an XM24 Warney. Can't stop wanting to carry it. Can't blame you. And then your Spyderco stovepipe. And BM Altitude Leatherman 3P4 and Olight Warrior Mini. Nice. You want an FLN, or you love TCal, have 2 agents. I don't have any TCal. Would love to check them out. You want a FLN V2. I have to take a look at TCal. Let me take a look, because I believe I know what you're talking about, but I want to make sure I'm thinking the right one, before I'm thinking something completely different in my brain and I'm just making a fool out of myself. TCal. Oh yeah, okay. I remember this page. Okay, yeah, I've been on this page before. And you're looking at, let's see, you have an XM24. I believe, you know what? I think I remember you mentioning this before. You've been on here before. You've mentioned that before. I think I took a look at it. I'm going to have to look at it again. The agent is a Bob the Knife Junkie. Oh, really? Well, now I'm looking at it. Which agent are you looking at? Because they've got a few agents. Do they have the 007? They only I see a 005. Oh no, of course the agent 007 is sold out. Because 007. $320 though. Ouch. The other agents are just within my I don't want to spend more than that price range. You're on the number 9 TCal. Okay. Pretty. The AB001. I'm going to have to take a look because I've looked at this page before and I knew a few people I've spoken to that have a TCal. And I can't remember for the life of me which ones they have, to be quite honest. But they do look nice. I don't collect too many fixed blades. But I still have... Of course, I'm distracted by their picture because they have a 1911 that the TCal is setting on. Oh, the 007 was a Blade Show release? Oh, okay. That explains it. I got distracted by the 1911 that it's sitting on. I don't collect, like I said, I don't collect many fixed blades, but I can appreciate how, I can appreciate a nice fixed blade. I do have some fixed blades. I just don't have many. Or at least not in comparison to my folding knife collection. I have a bunch of Damascus, maybe like Titan knives, Damascus. I have like buck knife. I have a buck fixed blade. I have the very first. I consider it the very first knife I ever bought. Like, I don't know how I hung on to it. I've told this story a few times. I don't know how I managed to hang on to it, but for some odd reason, it's managed to follow me from move to move, from childhood to now. This was, I believe, the first knife I ever purchased with my own money. I knew I bought it when I was very young, and I've stuck it. I've stuck it in my. Surprisingly, it doesn't smell like fish. I've stuck it in my tackle box when I was a kid. It sat in my tackle box. And there was a few times where I admit I've lost track of it. I don't know where it's been. Somehow I've managed to find it again, and it's this guy right here. Sharp is the name. My very first freaking knife. Sharp trademark. I think at the time you could have bought these at Sears or I'd like to say Kmart. And it probably wouldn't have been more than like $10 at the time. I don't even know what the handle's made out of. Like, I've hammered things with this thing, although it still looks like it's in great condition. I know I've sharpened it quite a few times. And it's been kept in this leather sheath the entire time. I don't know how this thing survived. And this is the original leather sheath. This is old. This is old as fuck all. I don't know how I managed to keep a hold of it, but that's one of the few fixed blades I have. One of my latest fixed blades that I got was actually a buck knife, and it's this one here. It's the 119. Is it 119 or 117? 119, I believe. Buck knife. 117. Sorry, 117. It's kind of like the same size as, say, the Buck 110, except non-folding. I have a Buck 110. So That's probably the latest fixed blade that I got. I love the sheath on this thing. The sheath on this thing is like fantastic. It don't go nowhere. The sheath on that other knife, however, is like insanely like I'm surprised I haven't killed myself with it, because here's the sheath of that one, and it's just whoop. Look at all that cutting edge. There you go. But yeah, that was like the last fixed blade that I got. I think ProTech is your knife company that you have the most models of. You asked that, yeah. Case is probably the most models from one manufacturer for traditional knives that I have, and like I said, this is all within 1 year. When it comes to modern knives, I had a lot of Civivi. I have a lot of Kaiser. Civivi probably makes up. It's probably, and not that it's a maybe. I think Civivi makes they don't make up the majority of my collection. They're just one of the manufacturers I probably have the most knives from when it comes to modern knives. A close second might be Kaiser. When it comes to catching up, it's possible Concept. I might have overtaken Kaiser with some Concept knives, and I've been collecting a lot more Ramet. So I've got a lot of Ramet knives. I've got a few Spyderco. I've got like 7 of those. I've got a handful of Kershaws. Told those whatnot sellers told me to follow them, and now they probably don't like. Wait, what? What do you mean? They probably I told you to follow them. They probably what? No, freeze dried Bardstown Blades is awesome. Appalachian freeze dried knives, he's good. Chasing Blades is probably one of my probably the one I've done the most business with. RL Simp is another one. RL Simp is great if you like traditional knives, but you want some of the more harder ones to find. Like for example, Chasing Blades has a lot of traditional knives. They sell a lot of case, but they can't get a hold of a lot of Coralon. They can't get a hold of a lot of exclusives. If I'm looking specifically for Coralon or an exclusive knife, I will check out RL Simp, because a lot of times he can get his hands on exclusives and Coralon knives that Chasing Blades can't get a hold of. And I've gotten quite a lot of Coralon from him. I've got a few exclusives. He came out with his own exclusive, which is fantastic, and I got one of those. And then for modern knives, I tend to go to Blade City and Going Gear. And Blade City and Going Gear are one of those that are 2 of those that I get a lot of my moderns from. Kubi makes a decent knife. Concept makes some great knives. Some of my favorite knives are from Concept. You won at the casino, have been spending the money on knives. You've for a couple you talked about after I got scammed on a case on Amazon. Wait, hold on. What happened? What you got scammed on a case on Amazon? What happened with the case? Now I'm curious. I know you're joking, Slappy. I don't think they'd complain about me sending anybody their way. But what happened about the Amazon? Because I got scammed on something from Amazon myself. Big fan of Blauvelt from Tough Knives. I think I've heard that name before. I do a lot with knives, but I can't claim to know everything. Obviously, I don't know everything, but I'm pretty sure I've heard that name before. You follow some people, you told me. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, Chasing Blades, Appalachian Freeze Dried, RL Simp, Blade City, and Going Gear are probably the ones that I tend to frequent the most. Chasing Blades, I'm there almost all the time, because we've developed a good relationship. Oh, he did the PSYOP from Vosteed. Oh, okay, that's where I've heard the name from. Then I don't have a PSYOP. I've been wanting to get one of the PSYOP 2. Is it 2.99? And I haven't got one of those yet. Only because I get distracted by other shit. I still got to get a PSY-up. Oh, you bought your first case. The seller was selling seconds or blems. Oh, okay. Glad you got your money back. Glad you got your money back on that. Yeah, like I said before, case knives, and this comes with any traditional knife, really, or any knife in general. If you can, especially with case, try to get a good look at the knife before you make your purchase. I know it's not possible all the time, and I've bought knives blind myself, but you know, case sometimes has QC issues. Still a favorite still a favorite brand. I will still continue to get case knives, but yeah, they have QC issues now and then. So I always that's why I like going through Whatnot, is because they'll at least show me what I'm buying, and we can give a good look. Hey, Kobani, how you doing? The old one, yeah, old case knives can get really, really pricey. In fact, actually, you know what? That case knife wasn't the most pricey. The one that I showed you earlier, the Damascus steel, I don't think that was the priciest knife I got. Now that you have me thinking about it, because it just occurred to me, there's another knife from Case that I got, and I think that was pricier, because this knife, that's not it. Where is it? Is it this one? That's not it. God damn it. So this one? That's it. This one was more expensive, I think. Was this more expensive, or was the Damascus one? I can't remember. This is another one of my pricier ones, because this one had a birth year the same year I was born. So this knife was made the same year I was born. And it was actually a part of Mike from Chasing Blades' personal collection. So I was looking for a knife that was born the same year that I was, and he happened to have one in his personal collection, and he was willing to sell it to me. And it's a two-bladed Hunter, as you can see there. Now, I did have to, because it was also a user, it was in his own collection, like I said, I did resharpen and clean it up quite a bit. But priceless to me anyway, because it's the only knife I have in my collection that was born the same year that I was born. Not the same month, but same year. And if you're trying to figure out how old I am, let me see here, because some people have figured it out. It's no real secret. I don't care if people know, but I like making a game of it. If you want to know how old I am, or get an idea, will it focus? There you go. If you know how to read a case knife, that'll tell you right there. So, again, born the same year that I was. And that makes it probably, if not my most expensive, my second most expensive case knife. The Case Astronaut knife is pretty darn cool. In the past couple of weeks, you bought a Case Canoe, blue curly oak, $56, a baby butterbean, the Patriotic Kieranite, and those were all from, SMKW does quite a few shows on Whatnot. I've bought a couple things from them. Here it is with SMKW. And this is not a bad thing. I just know when I'm on Whatnot and SMKW, a lot of people that watch the SMKW auctions tend to be pretty thirsty. They tend to be pretty thirsty. So, to be quite honest, if I'm hunting a knife down, like say an SMKW exclusive, I'll just go to their website. If I miss out on it, I miss out on it. Okay, I missed out. Because a lot of times the auctions tend to run pretty high, because you got a lot of people wanting that knife, and they will run it up on that auction. Like, for example, where is it? I know I have it here. Let me find it. Good grief. I know I have one. There you are. I've got two. These knives were SMKW exclusives. If you know anything about SMKW, they have a few exclusives that they work with Case and a few other manufacturers on. One of their most recent is Bacon Bone. that they work with Case. I have one bacon. What the hell just fell? I don't know what that was. Never mind. I have one baby or bacon bone baby dock that I got from SMKW, but their most popular exclusives tend to be the Sea Dragons and the peanut butter and jellies. I lucked out. I got a Sea Dragon case axe handle and a peanut butter and jelly case axe handle. And I got those when they dropped on their website. Now, on their website, these were between $90 to $100, or just under $100. This happens to be the Sea Dragon case axe handle, okay? So this is the Sea Dragon one. I've got a peanut butter and jelly one as well. So I actually sat on the website, waited for them to drop, and immediately hit basically threw it in the cart and tried to buy it as fast as I can, because both of these on their website sold in less than 2 minutes. I believe the peanut butter and jelly axe handle sold in under a minute and a half, like 1 minute and 20 seconds. So they were sold out. And I think they've mentioned they made like between 500 and 600 of them. So think about that many selling out, and then they're not going to have any more. Well, one thing SMKW does is, of course, some of the employees probably buy a couple. And then everybody is limited to one per account when they buy one. And then they'll usually hold on to a handful. Oh, the bacon Barlow sold in 30 minutes. I was looking at that. I was tempted, but I'm not the biggest Barlow guy. So they'll hang on to like a handful of them and to throw them at an auction. Now, keep in mind this one right here, the Sea Dragon, and this is the peanut butter and jelly. Retail price is under $100 if you got them on the website. I was lucky enough to get one of each. Like, I consider myself super lucky considering how quickly they sold out. This is the peanut butter and jelly. They had a couple they put on auction, at least of the Sea Dragon. They didn't see the peanut butter and jelly ones. The Sea Dragon they put on auction on SMKW's show, started it at $1, and I believe it hit $300, if I remember correctly. I've heard some auctions run about $300 for the Sea Dragon version. And I got mine for, I think it was like under $90 because I was lucky enough to get it when they dropped. These I obviously am not burning. These are going to stay in my collection, never be used. They'll be under armed guard in a glass case. But yeah, so that's the thing with SMKW. I don't have anything against their auctions. I just know their audience tends to be really thirsty. So if I'm going to get something from SMKW, I usually just go to their website. And like I said, if I miss out, I miss out. I can't do anything about that. That's on me for not being fast enough, I guess. It's just the luck of the draw. But yeah, I mean, I still like watching their shows now and then, and I do sometimes see some good deals come out, and I've snagged a couple stuff from some of their auctions. But if it's a popular knife, you're going to be paying out the ass if you're going to try to fight anybody on their auctions, because there are a lot of thirsty people there. I don't even know I wonder how much the bacon bone would go for. I don't think the bacon bone is as popular as the peanut butter and jelly and the Sea Dragons. I mean, the bacon Barlow took 30 minutes to sell out, so that should tell you. The Sea Dragons and the peanut butters under a minute, or under 2 minutes. I would guess I've seen bacon, like the bacon bone baby dock. I got mine when it dropped on SMKW's website, but I've seen those go for about $200. And I could have sworn it was like maybe around $70. I got a peanut butter and jelly Crossroads case that hit like $250, I think, And the peanut butter and jelly cases were like around like $75 or something like that. I managed to get that when it dropped. Like I thought I was really lucky with that one. That one is, I've shown it a few times before. Where is it? I know you're in here. Oh, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Crap, damn it. Where'd you go? Like feeling around in a case blindly. There it is. This guy, the peanut butter and jelly Crossroads, I believe it's like around $75. And a Cerakoted blade, S35 VN steel. And I think I've seen one of these go on auction for like roughly around $250 for a Crossroads. So yeah, this doesn't go anywhere. I'd love to carry it because Crossroads are some of my favorite case knives to carry because you got S35 VN steel, you have like Micarta or G10 scales, and they're just overall, and this one's like they're wood laminate Crossroads. They're just great knives to carry. They, good steel. They can be adjusted because they use screws instead of pins. You got a premium steel blade for under $100, and they're just nice to carry. This one happens to have brass liners. A lot of them have like G10 liners, and get an amazing edge on these things, which is what I love about them so much. You got the Butterbean for $45. It's sold on eBay for $83 on May 1st. $30 off retail on the Canoe 2. So you like SMKW auction. Yeah, sometimes you can get a good deal. I'm not saying that all of them are I'm not saying they're overpriced. SMKW doesn't overprice their stuff. It's just the bidders. It's the bidders that kind of run things up. Like I said, they can get kind of thirsty, and you got some people that are willing to drop a hefty amount of money on some of that stuff. So trying to compete with the bidders is what runs the prices up. Will the craze die and the prices drop on the PB&J and bacon? I have no idea. PB&Js tend to be really popular, and they're smart in keeping them limited. I don't know if the bacon will demand as much of a price. I just don't think it's as popular as the PB&J and the Sea Dragons. When it comes to popularity, the way I see it is the PB&J is the most popular. Sea Dragon's just under that. And the bacon bone is kind of new. Some people like it, but I just don't think it has I like it, but I don't think it has the jaw of the PB&J or the Sea Dragon. But still people like it because it's exclusive. It does look kind of neat. I actually tried making my own bacon bone out of a trapper, and it looks more like rare steak. It looks kind of like a rare steak instead of bacon, but I still like it. I still think it's neat. 200 people getting silly, like those marble knives go. Yeah, some of those marble knives go for pretty high over retail. But like I said, it all depends on the rarity and stuff like that. And you got bidders on SMKW that are just they're willing to throw the money around. So I love SMKW. And like I said, SMKW is not greedy. I've seen comments about SMKW because people get mad that they miss out on like the PB&J when it drops. Like, oh my God, you guys didn't have enough PB&J, or oh my God, I saw it go for $300 on an auction. You guys are so greedy. No, they're not. SMKW is they're not like they're limited because they wanted a limited edition knife, and they started their bidding on a peanut butter and jelly at $1. If they wanted to be greedy, they would have started at like, if they wanted to be greedy, they would have just doubled the price off the bat. They're not the ones that are running the price up. It's the bidders running the price up. So it's not SMKW. You saw me do that one. It was, I did it live. It was on on one of my lives. Do I still have it here? It should be on my desk. Is it that one? No, that's the green apple I burned, which is this one. There it is. It looks more like a rare steak than a bacon bone. I still think it looks pretty neat. My only issue is I might have held it a little long on this one, and there was a little bit more shrinkage on the bone on that side. But otherwise, I still think it looks neat. I do carry this once in a while. But it looks more like a rare steak than bacon. But yeah, I mean, it just like R.L. Simp did the same thing. He made his own limited edition. Shepherd Hill makes their limited edition. I think Shepherd Hill is the one that makes they came out with the lizard skins and the tin roof. And they have others, but those are the only ones that come to mind. They're all limited edition. They're all exclusives also. So, SMKW isn't doing anything different. Yeah, SMKW isn't doing different. You also, you got the Tuckahoe from Blade HQ. I just bought the red Tuckahoe on Knife Center just this live stream. I just made the purchase. I didn't get mine from Blade HQ though. I've just been really impressed with Rosecraft. The last few Rosecrafts, actually the only Rosecrafts I've gotten, have been amazingly excellent in regards to QC. I'd love to get both, but I've been spendy this last couple weeks. New racing wheel, new video games, and I like to eat. So I've had, and I've got a lot of doctor bills that I've got to deal with. So my purchasing of knives has had to take a small hiatus. But I couldn't get away from not getting at least one of the Tuckahoes, mainly because I just love the name Tuckahoe. I like the name. It's funny. It makes me laugh inside. Oh, you just got them today. Very thick scales, chunky knife. I'm assuming good snap, because every Rosecraft I have has had an amazingly strong spring, and just been great QC. And that's what we were talking about before. Was it you that asked about the QC, or somebody? And I can't remember. But because I've heard stories in the past where they weren't doing so well. But these 14C28 and steel blades have been nothing short of just fantastic. So I can't wait. I should have my Tuckahoe by next week, and then I'll show it off to you guys. I think they call it a gray bone. I don't know if it's black or gray bone. It looked closer to black. But if I really like the red one, maybe I might try to snag the black one or the gray one as well. I just know that they tend to sell out pretty quick. They don't stay in stock too long. I mean, they're not in the vicinity of the PB&Js, but I know they don't stay in stock for very long. I'm kind of making headway on my case collection here. Not really. What else do I'm trying to knock out the ones that I don't want to burn or can't burn. Oh, this is a Micarta mini trapper. Something about case Micartas. I've mentioned that before. Case really makes a nice Micarta scale. They just look really good to me. And this is a green and black, I believe. Yeah, black and green natural canvas Micarta. It's a mini trapper. I think I don't really see green in it too much, but I think these look great. Super strong, dead center blade. Love the spear point. That's good to hear. That's good to hear on the Rosecraft. This looks. I love case Micarta. It looks really nice to me, and it's this type. Was it burlap Micarta? Just has a really interesting visual. And I do like mini trappers. I love that they have the half stop. I wish they had a half stop on their full size trappers. But that's just, I love the Mercata. Just absolutely excellent. So, Sloppy, are you into just traditional knives, or do you collect pretty much a little bit of everything? I know you'll have to forgive me. Sometimes my memory's not the greatest. I know somebody mentioned that they collect almost anything. I collect nearly anything. Most of my collection began as modern knives. Like I said, I just started collecting traditional knives. Even though I've had a few, I just started like really collecting them within this last year. As you can see, I might have gotten a little apeshit. A little apeshit. Well, let's put that one away. That one's not getting burned because can't burn Micarta. Oh, is this the Christmas one? I thought I had two of these. Yeah, I do. Okay. So this is the only time I've ever seen them re-release anything. This is from, we were talking about SMKW before. This is a peanut butter and jelly trapper. However, this was a re-release, and what they did is they did a special Christmas version. Excuse me. So the peanut butter and jelly trappers have been sold out for a very long time, but they re-released it for Christmas. This was, I believe, 2025. Yeah, it had to be 2025 because I didn't collect them before then. So the only difference between the peanut butter and jelly Christmas re-release and the original ones are the badges. The Christmas ones have two badges. You can see Santa on his sleigh on the right, and then you have a, what does that say? Merry Case 2025 Christmas on a bell badge. So you have two badges on these. Okay, and then the blade itself has Case Christmas 2025 Trapper on the blade. There we go. You collect more traditional. You don't have a use or appreciation for the more tactical. I don't really have too much I would consider like tactical. I do sometimes like the larger hunters, but I don't collect them very often. The only ones I have are because one of them was my birth year, and a couple of them just had really interesting material for the scales. I'm more into aesthetics. When it comes to patterns that I really like to collect, I like collecting trappers of all sizes. I like sow bellies, muskrats, and docks are what I collect a majority of. But I will collect outside of that. Like I have a couple canoes and things like that. Or hunters, as you saw, and other stuff, simply because I think some of them are pretty neat, but I don't go out of my way to get those all the time. I primarily most of my collection happen to be trappers of various sizes, either full size, mini, or tinies, and then sow bellies, sodbusters. Almost forgot about those sodbuster juniors. Those make up the majority of my traditional knife collection. With modern knives, I don't have many that I would consider tactical. Usually when people say tactical, I think of like I start thinking Mall Ninja. The black with all the pointy stuff on them. Hey, I'm Morgan. Oh my God, you are late. You have that ornament, the Case Santa and Sleigh. Won it during an SMKW show. Yeah, they send some of those, or they have those patches or ornaments sometimes. I actually have two of these peanut butter and jellies. This one has, as you can see, it has the two badges, and then you got plain bolsters. The other one I have has etched bolsters. I'll pull that one out in a sec so you can see what I mean. Otherwise, they're essentially the same. How you doing, Morgan? I was going over my case collection because I was going to see if there's another knife I wanted to burn, but so far I haven't come up across anything that I want to like set on fire. And when I say burn, I mean toast. I'm not trying to destroy a case knife. I like to customize my case knife sometimes, depending on what I get. Some of them turn out really good. Some of them, well, you know what? I tried. This is the other Christmas one. Same thing, except this one I believe has the engraved bolsters on them. And what SMKW did is just simply put the peanut butter and the banana and the nut, I think, that they used to represent the PB&Js. Yeah. Or not banana. What am I saying banana for? A jar of jelly and a peanut. There we go. So I don't know. Are they both sides? Yes, they are on both sides. So essentially the same thing, except you got engraved bolsters there. The jar of jelly and a peanut wearing a Christmas hat. And I think the engraved ones ran like maybe $10 more, I believe. Now, not as popular as their plain PB&Js, mainly because these are specific to Christmas, I believe. But still really cool in my opinion. And it was my only chance to get a PB&J Trapper. That because everything else is, the regular ones are out of stock. These still ended up selling out pretty quick. Just not as in demand as your standard PB&J. Had a busy day out and about for. Oh, you didn't tell me it was your birthday. Did I not have that on the calendar? Oh crap! Damn it! Now I feel bad. I have to get you something. Shit. Thanks for reminding me. You only started going to Whatnot to try to find that Rough Rider Reserve bar. Oh, the Spear Point one. Was that the anniversary one? Or no, the Reserve. Never mind. You're talking about Reserve, not Rough Riders. Not anniversary. Never mind. This day every year. How did I not have that on the calendar? Okay, hold on. I'm going to remedy this shit, like right now. Because I feel bad. You made me feel bad. Oh, can I just hit the add button? That's great. Happy birthday, Morgan. You know I'm going to have to come up with a song for you during today's friggin' video game stream. You're what, 97 now? Awesome. Oh, this is my other axe handle. Not burning this one. I really lucked out on these axe handles. People are still like, I think I wouldn't be surprised if a few people were irritated with how I've been able to get some of these axe handles. This is the Tequila Sunrise axe handle. Again, probably one of my favorite patterns now. Love these things. Yes, because I'm 98. Just absolutely gorgeous Tequila Sunrise. I'm not even that big on orange, but for some odd reason, this looks fantastic. Like, these look gorgeous. I'm not even that big on orange, but I love the orange on these. Can't get enough of these axe handles. These are probably my new favorites. And I will snag as many of these up as I can. They're just really hard to come by. I've seen some float about on SMKW, but like I said, there's too many people fighting over them. I don't want to overspend on them. And like I said, nothing against SMKW. They're not the ones raising the prices on it. They're just putting them out on auction. It's just so many people are thirsty for these axe handles, especially on SMKW shows. Yeah, there's a lot of people that I am not willing to fight over a knife for. Butter pecan cake with caramel coconut pecan icing is glorious, by the way. Was that handmade or was that purchased? Because if that was purchased, I need to know where you bought that from so I can stuff my face with it. Brown maple burlwood mini trapper. Brown maple burlwood.
Why don't I remember this one? Oh, never mind. I remember this one. I have a thing for burl wood ever since I got into guitars. Oh, you made it? You make me some. I've had a thing for burl wood ever since futzing around with guitars, and I have just always loved a really nice burl wood. And when I saw that trapper, or when I saw the case had a mini trapper in burl wood, I better believe I snapped that up as fast as I can. I got this one from Chasing Blades. Again, most of my stuff I got from Chasing Blades with a few exceptions. If it was an exclusive or a Coralon, I got it from RL Simp. But even fingerprinted, it looks nice. You love orange. That the orange axe handle is nice. The only orange knife you have is Opinel number 7, and the Marble Maker's Coke bottle will be the second. Marbles, I have a couple marbles. I don't have too many of those. One of my favorite marbles, actually, that I carry around every once in a while is, where are you at? Should be on the tray somewhere. There you are. Okay, don't need to create a knife avalanche. That happens way too often in my play. Okay, you're putting you down over there before you go flying somewhere. This is one of my favorite marbles. Is this the geek? Because I work in IT, and when I saw this, I believe. Oh wait, no, I got this from Chicago Knife Works. I remember seeing this on SMKW, and every time I tried bidding on it, I got beat, and it annoyed the hell out of me. And I wasn't gonna pay, twice the amount that I was able to get this at. I believe I got this from Chicago Knife Works, actually. One of the few I've gotten from Chicago Knife Works, and it's got a PCB board and for the scales in some type of acrylic. And since I work in IT, this was one of those that I just had to get. It would be silly for me not to get, being in IT. I've actually talked to a few people in IT that I know, some engineers. I talked them into getting this themselves also. I managed to talk some non-knife guys into buying one of these. They're not terribly expensive, but just really neat. This is one of the few marbles that I have. A few others, they're in another box somewhere. Just polishing up the bolsters on this. Why is this so messed up? There we go. That's better. Got to shine this puppy up, make it gleam. There we go. So nice and shiny. But really awesome. The number no, you don't have a number 13. If I remember correctly, Morgan, number 13 was a joke Opinel that they made that's insanely humongous. They made it as a joke, but it was so popular they kept it. I believe that was the number 13. That's what you plan to do with it. Carry it at $20. It's going in your pocket. Was gonna carry the Rosecraft, but I want to see how collectible it becomes or not before I do. I don't know about the collectability about Rosecraft, but I mean, they're really good though. Usually the only ones, because I know Rosecraft are made in China. Nothing against China or Chinese made knives. I have a lot of Chinese made knives. But one thing I noticed when it comes to collectability, it's generally the American made ones that hold any real that seem to retain or increase in value. Not to say that any of the foreign ones can't. It's just I don't see it too often. Now, granted, Rosecraft does tend to sell out of those pretty quick, and availability tends to be pretty low after a point. So there's possibility it could have some collectability after that. I myself don't know. I'm just thinking off what trends I see. I just go off trends. Yeah, number 13 would be huge. I believe you had a number 7, Morgan, because I know the first one I got was a number 7, and then I got a number, and then I have a number 6. One of their premium open L's in number 6. Yeah, the RRRs, the Rough Rider reserves, can demand a decent price, but I haven't seen too many that are above like 50. Like the most expensive Rough Rider I have is this. Hold on, let me put this away real quick. This is that burl one. Freaking love burl wood. If you're into guitars, you know, burl wood is freaking gorgeous, and to put it on a knife scale like that, I could not ignore it. That was something like as soon as I saw it in his show, I was just like, mine, I want it. I'm not burning that's for sure. The most expensive Rough Rider I have, and it's not a reserve. I have like maybe one reserve, and it's a doctor's knife, and I think I paid like 30 for it. This is the most expensive Rough Rider I have. This honking monstrosity. I've showed this a few times. Excuse me. Got the burps going. And back on that number 13 open L. If I could get my hands on one of those, I would, but I think that thing's like over $100. Still kind of want one though. Sold on 80. It's like a $30 or $40 knife. Okay, yeah, I've seen some. I haven't seen one go over 50, but I haven't looked at eBay. So I'm just saying from what I've seen. I'll have to check eBay. I haven't got on eBay. This one, I believe I paid like $50 for. And like I said, it's a friggin' monstrosity. Where's my other trapper? So, this is a standard size trapper. And this is the Rough Rider monstrosity. I forgot what do they call this? I don't know what they called this. I forgot what they called this. So there's your regular size trapper. There's this honking thing. This thing weighs a metric ton. But this is probably the most expensive Rough Rider I have. And you got scroll work on the springs. This is a wood scale. I can't remember what kind of wood. We got pinch bolsters, massive freaking badge. I forgot how many inches it is, but there we go. Size wise, and it's fully functional. This thing, nice strong, and it has a half stop. This thing's huge. Rough Rider, always hand built, 1994, 2024. I forgot what it's called. I mean, this is a display piece. Like, what the hell am I going to use? If I put this in my pocket, my pants are falling. That's, you know, I think they're numbered. 1043. And you got your typical spade blade for the secondary. And it's sharp. This thing is massive and sharp. Display piece, obviously. Functional display piece if you wanted to, you know, hunt buffalo. But that's the most expensive Rough Rider that I have. I do have a Rough Rider reserve. It's in another box, so I can't really pull it out right now. But I believe it's like it was a baby dock. No, not a baby dock, a regular size dock. And I can't remember the material. I remember it's like black. I think it has like maybe some red accents to it. I'm gonna have to pull it out again at some point. Yeah, that thing is crazy. You have one guitar, it's kind of rare and going to you're going to sell it. I think it's worth about $1K. A Fender Performer 1985. Oh. Ooh. Fender Performer 1985. Japanese. The Japanese Fenders are fantastic. I wouldn't doubt you'd get a pretty darn good penny for that one. The Elephant Trapper. I can't remember what they named it. It's obviously like a anniversary thing going on. If you look at the box, you've got all the badges that they've gone through. And you can see there all the different badges. Well, there's the number if anybody wanted to look it up. RR264. Let's look that up. RR2647. Let's take a look-see. It's a paper cutter. RR. Did I say 2647? 64. Nope. 47. I'm having to reach around this racing wheel so I can type. Knife. Yeah, Rough Rider 30th anniversary trapper knife. Out of stock. I think they originally were like $35. Yeah, I paid $50 for mine. I know I paid a little bit more. I know I paid about $50, I think. Paca wood. That's what they make it out of. Yeah, but you can't get them anymore. At least everywhere that I've seen, they're out of stock. Let me check. Okay, they're out of stock. They're out of stock. SMKW's out of stock. I'll even check places I don't normally shop at. I know. I think I got mine from Chicago Knife Works, but I can't remember. Just realized that box top is upside down. Wait. They're selling one for $18. From usa-knives.net. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that website. I'd be a little iffy. Not gonna lie. I don't know if they're. I have been taken by a scam site before, so I get a little peculiar about places that I've not made purchases from. Hang on, be right back. I just have to hit the washroom real quick. Is my mic off? Nope, turning it off in case that way you don't hear anything weird. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Took a little longer because I went to go grab some more coffee. Oh, that's old coffee. Still drinking it. Okay. All right. What did I miss? Chinese made, can't find. Yeah, 13-bit boy, display pieces. Yeah, one guitar, thing's a beast. Got yours from Arkansas. And what case do I carry? I want to carry all. Yeah, I'd love to carry all of them. But like I said, there's some stuff that I won't carry simply because I have a couple reasons. Some of them are limited. If they're limited, and if it's a knife that I know I'm going to have a hard time replacing if anything were to happen, like for example, I'm just going to mention the peanut butter and jelly axe handle. They're limited, so you can't really get them anymore. And if you could get them, they're going to be in a crazy inflated price. I'm not going to carry my peanut butter and jelly axe handle because I wouldn't be able to get a second one unless I wanted to pay a stupid price for it. And even then, it would be the secondary market because most of the time you're going to have a hard time finding one. So that's going to be, for me, a display piece. So that's one factor when it comes to what I would carry. If it's hard to get or can't get anymore and limited, I'll probably just keep it as a display piece. If it has special meaning and I can't get them anymore, like a gift or something like that, a lot of times I won't carry it. But I still have as a kind of like requirement that if I collect a knife, it has to be a knife that is capable of being used. I don't want to buy a knife that is strictly a display piece that if I were to use it, it would fall apart. You know what I mean? It's still like those peanut butter jellies. They can be used. They're very capable knives, but I just don't use it because of rarity and, being unable to replace them. Otherwise, I still carry quite a lot of case knives, and I have a bunch that sit on my desk in a slip, ready to go. And this is one of the reasons why I don't have much space on my freaking mouse pad. If I have them in a slip, then these are one of my grab and go knives. Meaning that if I'm headed out anywhere, I'll grab any one of these, depending on what mood I feel like I'm in. And if they're in a case slip, they're a case knife. Oh, somebody's having a party outside. You can hear the music. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Probably not, but I hear music. Hold on, not done. Can't reach over because freaking steering wheel in the way. Okay, that's another one. It's another one. Can't reach. Oh my god, I got those two. I can't reach. I don't know how I'm going to play freaking 007 if I can't reach my keyboard. That one. And just okay. So these are all the ones I keep on a slip. So those will tend to go with me. I have a few that I don't have in slips because they're so small, like this one. Well, I'll just toss it. This is I forgot what they call this one. It's a blue bone. I believe a Caribbean blue bone. I could be wrong. But this is a peanut. And I'll just toss this in the fifth pocket. So it doesn't really need to be in a leather slip. And I have this on my desk as a package cutter. This is a synthetic brown slimline trapper that I use as a package opener a lot of times. And that stays on my desk as well. But now I have a couple others that are in slips that I will carry. Like I said, I showed you that that Kaiser trestle. I have this that sits on my desk also that I'll sometimes carry. I'll just swap whatever knife is in another slip that's similar in shape. And I have one of my Rosecrafts, that Blue Bone Rosecraft I showed you, that's in a slip. And I have my custom burned Tequila Sunrise that I'll swap with another one that's in with another Sodbuster Jr. that's in a slip. So any of one of these, I'll toss in a pocket at any given moment if I'm headed out. And there's a bunch of stuff. Like this is the only limited one I carry around with me. This is a Squirrel synthetic. And I believe they only made 600 or 700 of these. And the only reason why I carry this is because I have two of them. I have one in a case, and then I have this one. And I just wanted a squirrel to carry around with me every once in a while, being the EDC Squirrel. So that's one of the few limited ones that I'll actually carry. But otherwise, yeah, I got Sodbusters. Like I said, Crossroads are some of my favorite. I love my Crossroads. This one is a Rich Light Crossroads. This one I know it's a Crossroads. This one's a Black Burlap Micarta Crossroads. This is one of my first Crossroads I bought and fell in love with. Blades Canada has a pyrite, and that's not a pyrite. An S90V for 99 Canadian. That's for a pyrite? Hold on a second. Well, S90V, that's a premium steel. Now you're gonna have me look. And welcome to the stream trail. Pyrite S90V. I just want to make sure I'm thinking of the right one. Isn't Pyrite CJR? Yeah, it's Pyrite CJRB. They're not typically, CJRBs aren't typically very expensive, but the S90V. Is the reverse Tonto? Pyrite. Yeah. Okay, yeah, US is $89.95. Out of stock currently here, at least the color that I'm looking at. Let's see. That's not. That one's not S90V. That's ARPM9. Yeah, that sounds about right, Trail. If it's 99 Canadian, here in the US, it's $89.95 for the S90V. That's not bad, though. Come to think of it, I don't think I have anything that's S90V. I might have to take a look at grabbing something like that. But again, mine's out of stock. The only thing I'm not fond of, that's a button lock, right? Which I'm pretty sure that's a plunger style button lock. I don't know how CJRB's button locks are. I have to take a look at the CJRBs that I have in my collection. I've got a handful, not too many of those. Definitely not one with S90V. The ones I have are all AR RPM9. But I do have a couple pyrites. Yeah, I'm going to have to take a look. But otherwise, yeah, price-wise, that runs about right. Or about in line what I'd expect. You also want to buy a used one so you don't die inside when you scratch it. Couple of things when it comes to carrying a case. A lot of times when I'm carrying a case, I prefer to carry, like, I'll still carry my bone knives, bone scale knives and stuff. Like I still carry, something like this one's the 6.5 Trapper. But again, a lot of times I tend to steer toward. Oh, this is that gray bone sodbuster that I tried to make look like a tin roof exclusive. I toasted this myself. I think I did a pretty good job of emulating the tin roof personally. But that came out pretty well. I'll carry that around every once in a blue moon. But I tend to. Oh, and then there's another gray bone that I toasted. This is a mini Trapper. If I'm going to carry a case knife, one, I make sure I get a leather slip. A leather slip. The case leather slips are actually pretty good, and they roughly run like anywhere from $12 to $15, depending on what type you get. They come from anywhere from smooth to herringbone, and even a black leather with red threading. But the ones that I tend to carry the most are going to be the synthetics. I don't know. I think it's because that I guess I would tear up less if it got scratched up. And the synthetics, for the most part, the synthetics tend to be a little lower priced. Like, the Crossroads. Again, the Crossroads are some of my favorite to carry. They're just really nice, tough knives. You get a good steel, nice modern materials in a traditional style. Barlow version of the Crossroads, another one that I like a lot, and it's great because it has a half stop on the Barlow, and that one's done in rich light with S35VN steel. There's that green apple that I toasted like a caramel apple. So I toasted that one. I burnt that one pretty dark. But all these I've been known to carry now and then. It's just a matter of what I feel like carrying. This one's the only yellow bone I have in actually my entire collection. I don't have any yellow. This one's a copper lock. This one, I believe, is another copper lock. This one's a burnt amber bone copper lock in carbon steel. And I don't know what's in here. This one is, there's that steak one. I'll just call it steak. There's that gray. This one that's the axe handle. This is the only axe handle I've been carrying around. This is a burnt amber bone axe handle. And I've been carrying this around quite a bit lately. Again, I just love the axe handles. I just think they look great. They feel great in the hand. And I love the fact that they have a half stop. And they fit pretty well in the case slips. So if you're wondering whether your knife is going to fit in a case slip, the axe handles work pretty well. They'll fit a muskrat. They'll fit a sow belly. They'll fit a sodbuster. This one was a gift from my girlfriend. Mediterranean blue pocket worn sodbuster junior. And even though it was a gift, I still carry this around because it was a gift from her. So it's like having her with me every now and then. So every once in a while, I'll carry that around. One of my favorite knives. But yeah, this is all knives that I've been known to carry with me. Not all at the same time, obviously, but I'll just grab one from the group. That muskrat I have in its own slip. The only thing with the slips is once you put a knife in it and you've had the knife in there for a little bit, they've pretty much married each other. Like, I'm not going to use this slip for any other knife other than this muskrat. With the exception if I got another muskrat that was exactly the same shape. Like, if I got another spruce green muskrat, then I could use the same slip. But what happens is the leather kind of conforms to the particular knife you're carrying in it. And once it's conformed to it, it's not going to hold any other knife very well. So that's why I have so many slips, is because once I've carried that knife and that slip, they're essentially married. It's not going to hold another knife. Sometimes you can get away with having a similar knife. Like if I had two copper locks that exactly the same size, same material, there's like another one that was smooth and no jigging like this one, it could fit in the same slip fine. But if as soon as I tried to put one that, say, had a lot thicker scales or just slightly odd shape to the scales, if I were to put that other one in here, then those two would essentially be married. So yeah, so you do end up with quite a few slips. Like this is not going to hold anything else other than this mini trapper. These you have a little bit more leeway because these have a snap. These are more like sheaths. So you got a belt loop on these, and it's a softer leather. So I can toss any other trapper in these, and it shouldn't be a problem because of the flap. But if you put two different knives that vary wildly in shape, you could run into trouble because these do conform still to the knife that's being carried in there. White light pyrite. Is that what that's called? I don't see a name for this one. Let me take a look. White light pyrite. Oh no, that's the same one. Okay. So I was looking at the same one. Yeah. $89.95, or at least where I'm at, it's $89.95. You bought a black case slip like the one I have, bought it for the canoe. I'm probably not going to carry the curly oak blue one though. And again, it's, you know, a lot of my knives I get because I like the look, but I might not necessarily carry them. But I do, you know, I still have that prerequisite of, you know, if I'm going to collect a knife, it's going to be one that has to be able to be used if it ever needed to be used. I'm not going to get a knife that, you know, is just there for looks and can't do a thing. You know what I mean? At that point, it's no longer a knife, in my opinion. But anyway, yeah, that's how I carry them. It keeps the knife protected from anything else you have in your pocket. Also protects anything else you have in your pocket from your knife. And this makes it easier and safer, in my opinion, to carry. So if you're going to dig around in your pocket, you don't have to worry about, you know, a blade that could possibly, like if a coin were to get in there or something and it lifted the blade out a little bit, and then you stuck your hand in your pocket, you could be in for a bad time. So this way it keeps it nice and safe in your pocket. And you don't have to worry about it. But that's why I have so many slips. And these were all sitting on my mouse pad. I got to find another place to put these because I want some mouse real estate back. I don't know what I'm going to do with all these. And this one, I just don't have a slip yet for. This is that green pearl Kiranite sow belly that I just love so much. And this one I'm going to be carrying around with me as well. I'm just going to get a slip for it. And then I think I have a white bone that's similar size that I might be able to use this in there. I have to find it. Yeah, the blue one I have its own slip for. You saw that, but this was made by a different person. This isn't a case slip. This was made by a friend of Chasing Blades. So these were handmade in the U.S. A little slightly, you know, about the same thickness as your case leather. This one he calls his cowboy color. He did this in a I forgot what you call that herringbone, like a crosshatch, and that's what I have my Rosecraft Snake River. I believe this is I believe this is a Snake River one. I just know it's 14C28N, but that's what I'm carrying in this one, and that's the Rosecraft that I carry around with me. It's the only slip of these that I have, so I'm probably going to get more of these. But these slips run about $18, and as far as I know, other than the person that's been selling them at flea markets, Chasing Blades still has a few of these. So I think your best bet if you want one of these handmade ones is to check out Chasing Blades on Whatnot. Now, they hold a show from Tuesday to Friday. They're over at Canton, Texas right now at a flea market, so they don't have anything going on this weekend. But if you catch them on Whatnot, you might have a good chance of snagging yourself one of these slips. But they are going to run a little bit more expensive. They are about $18, whereas these tend to be between $12 to $15, depending, the case ones. And then I had some really cheap leather ones I got from Amazon because they were cheap as hell, but you can tell the difference. Like the one that I keep my trestle in, I want to get a different slip for it. But these are super thin. Not the greatest, but you know, it still does what it needs to do. Like I said, it just protects the knife from anything that might be in my pocket, and also protects anything in my pocket from the knife itself, and just makes it safer to carry in your pocket. So it does do what it needs to do. I just know this one, again, being leather, it's not going to carry anything else other than this trestle. And I have that Marbles Geek knife is in a similar one too. In fact, here it is, sitting in this one, actually a little bigger version, a little longer. Yeah, but there's that Marbles Trapper that I had, and you can see the difference there. But yeah, same thin leather. They're pretty cheap on Amazon. So far they've been holding up. I will say that so far they've been holding up. Excuse me. And I'll put that over there. Great. Now I'm going to find more space for this stuff. I haven't even finished going through all my case knives. Oh, good God. Basket weave. Thank you. Couldn't think of the name. That's how my brain goes. Oh, crap. Where am I putting these now? You know what? I'm just going to scoop you all up. Come here. I'm not putting you back on my desk until I figure out another place to put you, because now that I see my desk is clear of knives, I kind of like the fact that I can see more of my mouse pad. So I'm going to find another place for that. I haven't found another knife I want to burn. This is a Burlwood Smooth Razor. I'm not going to burn that because it's wood. But this is one of the few razors that I have. I don't get razors too often. I have a few Rough Rider razors, but the Burlwood is so pretty. Again, if you're into guitars, you know. Kind of hard to ignore a very pretty Burlwood. I'm not really all that much into razors, but you know what? They are kind of neat. I haven't used one to shave with yet. I'm not sure I would. I mean, I could try, but there's this stuff that I would prefer not to lose. I think they call it blood. I'd prefer to keep all of that in my face as opposed to have it leak out anywhere. Because I think that would be a bad idea. That's me. That's just me. But I think this is the only case razor I have, and it's a 2-bladed razor. I think you have what's the secondary on that one? Is that a pen blade? Yeah, it's a pen blade. So it's basically, or essentially, like a spear point or a drop point for the secondary blade. That's the only razor that I've got. I'm not going to burn that. All right, we'll put that away. Wait, what knife were you saying that you'd buy? No doubt, because I'd gone through a few knives, and sometimes there's a little lag. I'd miss it. I miss things. Excuse me. Oh God, I hope my girlfriend doesn't walk in here now. It's hard enough to hide these things. And she sees this open box of knives. She's gonna be like, "What the hell have you been doing?" Blue Sycamore Wood Smooth Mini Trapper. I'm not going to burn that. Natural Bone Smooth Trapper. This one is one I was thinking of burning. These natural bones. The only problem is I'm not sure I want to do it. I tried testing it out on a copper lock. I burnt a copper lock. I kind of messed it up, to be quite honest. Where is it? I burnt this copper lock, and I was using it as a tester. I went kind of heavy, and I cracked, like a surface crack by the badge. That was all due to me. But I was trying to figure out how I wanted to do this, so I was experimenting with a copper lock that I happen to have an extra of. Not sure if I wanted to turn it, like, I was also thinking of going from the center out, which is a little harder to do on these. It's really easy to burn from the edge in, but from center out, it seems a lot harder. I'm trying to figure out how Case does it. Still not bad. I still like it, but a little darker than I wanted to get, and I wasn't watching my temperatures as closely as I should be. And this crack doesn't go all the way. It's like part of the way. So that one was all on me. This is actually one I still carry around anyway. It's got its own slip. So these are some that I tempted to try again. But if I remember correctly, the look of these white smooth bones ended up looking so nice that I didn't want to. Like, it's got a nice amount of freckles in there. Those little natural inclusions in the bone. That, looking at it, every time I look at it, it's like, I kind of want to burn it. And then I look at it and go, I'm not sure I want to. Sal Green. Oh, the Wait, are you talking about this one? Sow Belly Green, yes. The Kieranite, the Pearl Smooth Kieranite. And it's got a sparkle red badge on it. This one I got from Chasing Blades. I don't know if they have more, but you might want to check them out. Yeah, so little sparkle or confetti or what do you call that? The hell am I? Not confetti. Glitter. That's it. Got a glittered shield on it. That looks pretty neat. Love that knife. We'll carry that around. I just want to get a slip for it. So I don't know. I'm kind of torn on burning this natural white bone, only because I actually, after looking at it, sometimes you'll look at a knife and like with the intention of burning it or toasting it, and then you'll get it and you'll be like, but I like the way it looks now. And then I don't want to burn it. Like I remember getting this with the intention to burn it and deciding, I kind of want to keep it as is now. What do we have here? Blue Sycamore Smooth Wood Mini Trapper. Not going to burn that. Have another. Oh yeah, and this is the unburnt copper lock. Like I said, a lot of times I'll get two of the same one. This is what it looks like before, or what it looked like before I burnt it, essentially. And I didn't burn this one because I liked the look of that bone with the darker markings going through. And then this had a bit of brown to it that really looked, just accented the look of that bone. That I couldn't do this one. I know the other one looked more plain white, which is why I burned that one. But I'll grab two of them and then I'll pick one that I'll burn, and usually just leave the other one pristine. That goes back in there. As soon as I find a good way to display some of these, all these boxes are going away. It'd be nice because then I'd have more room. So these aren't going anywhere. Good grief. It feels like the stack got bigger and not smaller. What's going on? This one, not going to burn, but this one's my Jeep mini trapper because I drive Jeep. I thought it was neat. This one's an antique bone Jeep mini trapper. It just looks classy as hell. And then you get the Jeep markings on there. Something about antique and chestnut bone look really pretty. Some nice lines on that. Love the compass. This looks really cool. Did I ever go to Bradford, PA to the fact? No. Believe me, I wish I could. I want to check it out at some point. I can't travel a whole lot, unfortunately. Like, I'd love to go. Like, somebody asked if I go to Blade Show or anything like that. Believe me, I would. I would be at Blade Show in a shot. But I'm also my girlfriend's caregiver. She's disabled, so that cuts down on a lot of our travel, which is fine. I mean, it is what it is. I do wish I could check some of these places out. Last time I toured anything, it was the Gibson factory in Memphis. That's the last time I toured anything. That was freaking awesome to check out. It was a Gibson factory. The funny thing is I don't own a Gibson. I don't even own a Gibson. I was definitely going to check out the factory over there. I own 2 PRSs, a Schecter, a Music Man, an Ibanez. The Ibanez is my electric acoustic. I've got a... Who the frick made my bass? I can't remember who made my bass. Crap, damn it. It's all in the case right now, so I can't stare at it. I can't remember. I can't see it from where I'm sitting, so. All I know is it's a base. It wasn't a very expensive base. But yeah, I would love to go check out their factory. This is one of the few case toothpicks I have. I wouldn't burn this one because A, it's small. B, I love the look of this red bone. Normally, I'm not the biggest on red bone, but something about this smooth red bone looks, again, it just looks classy. It just looks really classy. It's like 4 hours away from you, thinking about doing an overnight on the bike. Hell, I'd go for it. Check out their factory. I'd love to check out their factory. Get a tour going. I think that'd be awesome. Get pictures though. I want to see pictures. If you're not on the Discord, go on this. Get on the Discord, and then when you go for your tour, send pictures. I want to see. That's how I travel, via pictures lately. That's how I travel. I travel mainly via pictures. I live vicariously through other people. There goes the paper. Yeah, one of the few toothpicks I have. Actually, the only case toothpick I have. I think I have a couple other toothpicks from like made by Rough Rider, and that's about it. You know what Case needs to do? Case needs to make a lady leg. That's another knife that I like to collect are lady legs, but the only ones that I've got are Rough Rider lady legs, and I got maybe a Queen's Cutlery lady leg. And I think that's about it. Case needs to come out with a lady leg. If Case came out with lady legs, I'd buy them all. Just because they're weird. I love them. That's not going anywhere. I'm running out of stuff that I might be able to burn. There's a smooth wood muskrat. Not burning that, but what is that? What kind of wood is this? Sycamore, blue sycamore. Oh, I forgot I had this. That's pretty. Now, the badge side looks kind of neat, and there's this interesting mark on, and it's not a crack or anything, but an interesting mark on one side. But the PAL side looks really cool. That's a muskrat. I blame Mike from Chasing Blades for getting me interested in muskrats. This is Mike's favorite pattern. He likes the muskrat. His second favorite pattern are those sow bellies. I like muskrats. I think they're cool, but I think I prefer the sow bellies. Just because I like how they feel. Dan, how you doing? Having a bike that rides like a sofa helps too. I always wanted a bike. No, I don't have a bike. I always wanted a bike. And my brother's got I forgot what model my brother has. It's not a crotch rocket, but it's closer to a crotch rocket. I would prefer something like what do they call those? I'm trying to remember. I want to say like a Fat Boy or something. Something, I'm not a speed demon, so something I can sort of sit back and chill and then cruise. If Case makes a lady leg, they have to make sure that the heel will lift bottle. Can you lift a bottle with a I didn't think about that. Is that? Now I'm gonna look. Is that the reason? Is that part of the reason for a lady leg? I did not think about that. I did not think about that at all. Is that? Because if that's part of the reason for the lady legs, that'd be crazy. I don't have all my lady legs here. I've got 3. Here's a pink. Here's this. Here's that. This just happened to be in a roll because I didn't have boxes for these. Can you open a bottle cap? I did not. Why didn't I not think about that? Will these pop a cap? I don't have a bottle cap to pop. Otherwise, I'd try it. How did I not think about those? This one's a double-bladed. I think most of my other ones are single-bladed. This is the only double blade I have, I believe. Why didn't I think about that? I wonder if that will open a bottle cap now. These are all this. I believe these should all be the same shape for rough. Yeah. I think the Queen's Cutlery has a slightly different heel shape, but roughly the same. Yeah, if they started making lady legs, I would. I just thought they were funny the first time I saw them. I'm like, that's a knife? And then it was like, okay, I need to have them all. Because they're just so unique and just so weird looking. And then, they reminded me of the lamp from A Christmas Story. And it's a lot easier to have a bunch of lady leg knives than it is to have a bunch of leg lamps, at least without looking completely weird. But yeah, and then I just started collecting lady leg knives as soon as I'd see them on Whatnot. I got, as far as I know, I got every Rough Rider that was currently available. You have an abalone one like that, it won't work. Bigger ones do. Oh, really? Okay, so it doesn't work to pop caps. I was just wondering because I didn't think about that at all. And it occurred to me the shape of the heel and everything, and it was like, oh, maybe it could. It was just a neat thought. I think I have an abalone one, but it might be in the box. I can't recall. I'm going to tie up this roll real quick. And geez, I just noticed the time. I didn't even get to go through to see if there was any other knife that I'd want to burn. I went through most of my collection. Red Stag Baby Doc. Oh, I want to see this anyway. Normally we go about till 6 o'clock because I do have to start cooking dinner. My girlfriend's going to get hungry. I'm hungry. I wanted to grab something to drink. Oh, no, I have coffee. Hello. Let's sip that. But it's 6 o'clock my time. I'm on Central Standard Time. So this is just about to wrap it up. Wow, this took... Time flew. Time went crazy. Thank you guys, by the way, for all the chat. I love all this talk. Severe storms in your area. Riverfest events halt. Catch. Oh, have a good one, Terry. Stay safe. Nahi Soda used to make promo ad with knives that do. Really? I did not know that. I can't remember last time I had a Nahi Soda. Or Nehi Soda. I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing it right. Red Stag Baby Doc. This one's gorgeous. Obviously not burning this thing. Baby Docs were some of my favorite patterns also, so I snapped up a lot of Baby Docs when I could. But I love the Red Stag. I think this is one of the few Red Stag that I have. I don't believe I have another Red Stag other than this, really. But absolutely gorgeous Red Stag Baby Doc. And again, they don't make the Baby Docs anymore. They're in the vault now. Kind of a shame. I was really hoping they would come out with a regular size dock. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. But unfortunately, I am out of time. I didn't get to go through all of them. But I went through a good portion just to see what else I had. A Blue Bone Gator Jig Baby Doc. A Mediterranean Blue Bone Peach Seed Jig Mini Trapper. I can burn that. Pocket Worn Mediterranean Blue Bone Peach Seed Jig Rust Lock. Sky Blue Bone Crandall Jig. Already burnt one of those. Green Apple Jig Trapper. Burnt one of those. Natural Bone Smooth Slimline Trapper. Slimline Trapper. What? Why don't I remember this? Huh. I don't even remember getting this thing. So I got a natural smooth bone slimline trapper. I completely forgot I even had one of these. Maybe. I'll have to think about that. Maybe. Only because I don't have another one. Knee high. Thank you. I knew I was pronouncing that wrong. Okay. Unfortunately, like I said, I am out of time. I got to go get dinner ready. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Unfortunately, I didn't get... This is a maybe. I'm trying to think of what I could burn next week. I might have to do some shopping for another case. But I've got some maybes. So we might do a custom... There's a mini trapper. That's a maybe. I already did that. This is a rust lock. This also might be a maybe. I already did a green apple, so I'm not going to do that one. We have some maybes for next week that I might burn, but we'll see. We'll have to see next week. I might have to check in with Chasing Blades and see what they have in stock. And worst case scenario, I might just buy another. Why is this there? Oh, stay over there. Okay, but unfortunately, like I said, out of time for tonight. Thank you guys so much for joining me. If you liked what you saw, please drop a like down below. And if you haven't yet, hit subscribe and hit that notification bell so that way you know when I come out with a new video. I know I haven't come out with a new video in the last couple of weeks. Blame my foot. I still do because it's still being a pain in the ass. But hopefully this week I'll have at least a couple new videos out because I know I had my monthly knife club drop. I didn't do a separate video on that. And then I wanted to do a separate video on the Rat 1.5 in Magna Cut, which is probably now one of my favorite knives for 2026. So hopefully I'll be putting those out soon. But thank you guys so much for all the support. Thank you for spending time with me and chatting with me. This is why I do it. I just wanted to be able to do another channel and be able to meet people that had the same interests and just chat about knives. And that's how I learn, how I continue to learn. And I hope you guys have as much fun as I do doing this. This has been absolutely fantastic. But thank you so much for spending time with me on a Saturday afternoon. And now, normally I would try to raid somebody, but I haven't had any luck. I was looking as I was futzing around. I didn't see anybody running a show, so we're just going to go ahead and end it here. And just say thanks again for all the support. You guys have been super awesome. Next week, I'll have another live, and hopefully I'll have a knife to burn during that live, and you can see how I do it. I know I've done it a few times on this live already, but we'll continue to do them if I can get more knives. And maybe I'll have some new knives, hopefully, by next week. But thanks again, everybody, and hope to see you guys in the next video. You just like hanging out and looking at all the shinies. Hey, I'm right there with you. I like the shinies. A little too much, probably. Not really. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything if you don't say anything. Don't say anything. Okay.